last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And then I see everyone in the chat tonight. I wrote you guys down. I have Miss Machete. Good to see you, Machete. I have Detroit Rock City in the house, Baba Rose, Little Miss Sharon, Raw Beanie, Mally Cat. We have the Analyst, Aries #1, Meow, Sweet Dreams Meow. I will see you on the replay hopefully. And I'm sorry that I got up late tonight, guys. I had a phone call come in and kind of got carried away on it, but it was a good call. And I think that you will enjoy a collaboration coming soon. So, hey, Forget Me Not, Napanoch Father, good to see you. We have Angela. Good to see you, Angela. And Kaika, I have you over here. We got Sarah, or excuse me, Miss Sarah C, and then Kelly, Mally Cat, and Laura. Laura, I hope you feel better soon. I know migraines can be really, really tough. And hey, astrology for Miss Six, good to see you. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you too. Yeah, we have all kinds of good people in here. Oh, the phone calls are good, and it's our only way of old school communication still, sort of. I believe that too. I do. And it's hard to text everything, a lot of times. So I just kind of like to get on the phone and talk for a minute. But I did get carried away because it was good subject. But I also didn't get to upload as many videos as I wanted to today, but I did watch the Mob Crew video, and I think it's definitely something that I want to kind of share and discuss with you guys because it was really well done, and then also kind of explains a lot of things. Hey Austin, good to see you. Couponing, good to see you. Sleuthers. And so yeah, I did get Silver's call in though, because I know we were going to listen to that. And then I was supposed to add in a little bit, but this may be something that we can talk about tonight and I can show an example of tomorrow. But basically, in the leaked phone call between Heather PI, I noticed a little bit of an oddity right before Seth was threatened that if he opened up his mouth that he wouldn't open it again. And so I wanted to share it with you all. But basically it was where they were referring to the TBI and some information that was being given to, and I've mentioned this a little bit before, information that was being given to Heather wasn't really getting over to Seth. And then that was mentioned on the call. And it just kind of made me wonder. And then Chris made that really ruthless comment, basically saying that, if he keeps talking about it, he's going to be in not so good of a position, right? He threatened him, in my opinion. And so with that being said, I kind of wanted to talk about that, see what you all thought about it, because I know that was kind of a reason that Seth wasn't too happy with the job that the PIs were doing. It kind of seemed like maybe there was some sort of a maybe possibly, in my opinion, and I don't want to get a tinfoil hat out or anything like that, but it seems like there was a lot of kind of shifting over to working with SF, and then we have Chloe PI who was on the SAR team with him. Not that association is anything bad, but it's just something that I found to be a little bit odd that I kind of didn't catch before, since there's a lot of information in that call. It just I believe they had a lawyer there as well, kind of in the background, which we're all allowed to do that. And I think that in a situation where your son has been missing for a while, I might have a lawyer too. I'm pretty sure I would. So that part isn't the problem, but it's just one of those things where I think it's worth discussing. And Robini says you may have already mentioned this, but I just noticed it, Lady Freedom. Oh, sorry. Let me go look and see here. Yeah, always shout me out if I've missed your guys' comments here. Oh, did I miss it? Oh. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I'll try not to pass out tonight. I know it's so late, and I'm sorry. Like I said, I was just, looks like a Honda Accord 23. The little yellow arrow you have pointing to the bruise on Sebastian's face. Yeah. So, yeah, I put a little pointer there. It's kind of hard because you can't really see the one with his glasses, so I kind of left it off, but you can still see, like, right here, on his eye, there's a bruise. Yeah, and I just chose this picture because we're kind of talking about Chris and where he was staying at the time. I still find it to be really odd that Chris the campers, switching of the campers is one point of contention for me. I don't really know 100% if the campers were switched over or what happened there. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, it's 3:15 p.m. over there. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. And see, that's about the time when I watched Chris's video. So it seems to me that about 2:58, I believe he said, there was activity in the neighborhood with the car and things like that. And they do think it's the gray car, which was, like I said, it piqued my interest more than the red one. Even though red can look dark in the nighttime too, it also doesn't look quite as inconspicuous as the gray car. And so I thought that would be a good color for a car if you're going to do something like be a getaway driver or something like that. And it's small. It's not like it's a huge, car. It's a smaller sedan kind of a car. But I think that it is something that could be something. I don't know exactly who is involved, but I do think that there are many people involved in it. I also wanted to point out too that Katie took off her son's missing information from her vehicle. So she had a car magnet, but she took it off, and that was right when they had went to the campground. So there's a couple of different campgrounds involved here, or one being Yogi Bear. There was another one, Easy Days, and like I said, I have this clip from Silver, so I kind of wanted to share that with you guys, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and play this first one. And this is from the same live that we were going over last night. It was just the end of it, and I slowed it down too. And then I hope you guys got to listen to the interview with the so-called boss. I am interested to hear some people were saying in the comments, that they weren't sure if it was his boss, if it really was his boss, and I'm really not sure about that either. I know he wasn't as professional as we would expect, but then again, sometimes the guys that are on the job site talking, they just talk like they do on the job site. So they really don't filter themselves out a lot. But I also think that it was pretty disrespectful, and Heather didn't get the answer particularly that I thought she was hoping for, which was to find the logs, right? But then again, she never does really ask again. And this is what's good about editing, is you watch it over and over again. But she never really did ask anything too far into more about the logs or like video, because he's like, well, we have video and you can go back a year. Well, you can go back 5 years. And then it was like, okay. So at that point, why didn't she take the opportunity to say, well, can we go ahead and do that? Is there any way you can get me some footage or point me in the right direction or anything like that? She just kind of let him lead the conversation. And now he was loud and obnoxious. I'm not going to say that he wasn't, but I think she was maybe a little bit worried. Maybe she was a little bit nervous because he was kind of aggressive in my opinion. But he was also offering up a lot of explanations, and we're going to see a little bit of a difference in opinions in this clip. Yeah, he does look so bruised up, Holly. He does. And hey, Holly, good to see you, hon. He really does look bruised up in there, and he just looks, one of our friends that comes in the chat said haunted, and that is a perfect example, I think, of it. I mean, it's the best way to say it, in my opinion, which is sad. Okay, guys, let's watch this first one. This is Silver's on the scene. He went and spoke with a particular campground, and he's kind of sharing his findings with us on his, he physically went there and did some research. So here we go.
I'm about to share it. I think it's big. I think it's huge. I was told information by a co-worker of Christopher Proudfoot's. So I'm taking that information, I'm sharing it.
I mean, exactly, Crafty Girl. I mean, what? Do you ever talk to your boss about leaving your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or your girlfriend?
I'm not going to share any names, okay? There's a couple of details. I'm not going to get too specific. I'll get specific enough you'll understand. But just to make sure, there's no blowback back to the person I spoke to.
Well, we know that there's an Ultima and a Sentra.
But here's the big thing.
And let me tell you something. You can ask Mob Crew. You can ask anybody that's got legitimate sources. You can ask if Mr. and Mrs. E are in here right now. The neighbors say it was a sedan, in their opinion.
I'm going to take what I was told and then I'm going to put my spin on it, right? Someone says this and I'm going to tell you what I think about that. And that's allegedly in my opinion. And I may repeat that throughout the video.
This is it. We're going to listen to what he
also taking what I was told is allegedly in their opinion. However, they interacted directly with him as they work with him. So just want to throw that up there. So that's where we're at. And back to we will not forget you, Sebastian. That's a promise. You're going to see how relevant that is and what I'm about to share with you. So the job site, as you know, in my video of searching in Memphis, as well as yesterday's recount.
Yeah, CB, I said that months ago. There was motion monitors like at night if someone would go to the kitchen.
Where I talked about Memphis, I really didn't even know I was going to go by the job site when GPS was taking me to my location to search. Did not know I was going by the job site, and there it is. And you see the cranes, right? And we know Chris was a tower crane operator, right? And so he worked on one of those cranes. Now, this is big. Information from the job site. Chris Proudfoot job site. Did you know? Because let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I put the did you know in there because I don't think I knew any of these things. I knew things related to them, but you're about to see what I was told. I did not know this. And after being told these, I got very emotional, and I'll explain that when I cover everything I was told. But did you know? So as you listen to these things, did you know these things? Because I don't think these things are out there. And it's going to lead us right to, we won't forget you. The people that are out looking and searching for Sebastian, who are trying to bring him home and find him. But did others forget you? Did others forget you on the same day you went missing? Allegedly, in my opinion, yes, they did. So let's dive into it, right? Let's dive into it. Let's not waste any time. I watch YouTube videos and I go, why are you wasting so much time? Let's dive into it. And we're going to do it like this, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this up here. And that is right here. And then I'm going to throw this up there right here. Okay, so here's what we know. We're going to do this like this because I want to reveal these things to you as we go through. I'm going to keep Sebastian over here so we can see him. What did I learn? What did I learn? So here's how this came about. I made a visit to RV to make sure, an RV place in Memphis that I'd never been to see if Chris had stayed there. Because based on where I was looking, it would make sense for Chris to stay there. It's the closest RV to the job site. While I was there, I learned a lot. Let's jump into it.
Y'all, come on, hit that thumbs up.
I was able to.
Come on, hit the thumbs up. hit the thumbs up. It's 12:15 in the morning and I'm working my ass off. Come on. Hit the thumbs up, please. We need 1,000 thumbs up.
Speak to someone who worked with Chris, because Chris is not working there now. You know, one of the questions somebody asked, I was talking to more than one person. Where's Chris now? I don't care where Chris is. I'm not worried about where Chris is now until we find Sebastian. And when we do, then we'll focus on that. That's your get justice part, right? Get justice. Let's find him. Let's keep the awareness alive and find him. So what did I learn? Here we go. Diving in. Big. RV not at job site. So by coming by the job site for the first time and seeing it, my thoughts are you could not put, not just Chris, but anybody that worked there could not park their RV on that job site and just wake up and come right out and work. There's really not room for it.
Hey, Hope Floats, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so I never heard this theory before, guys, and you maybe have, but it was about Chris parking the RV over at the job site. That's just not, you know, possible in my opinion, because you have you know, to hook up to a power source, and you also have to hook up to, you know, use your bathroom and things like that. Eventually you're going to have to you know, get rid of your bathroom stuff. So I never thought, like, for 1 minute that the job site would have been an appropriate place, or that he would be able to park over there, maybe for a night, but he still wouldn't have any power. And I don't think that they would appreciate that. It would probably be against every rule or OSHA or whatever. And so the coworker said, and just kind of to back up, Silvers went to this RV park in order to see if maybe Chris stayed there, because it was the closest park. It was located in Memphis. It was the closest park to the job site, so the St. Jude project. And while he was there, he did speak to some people that did work with Chris, apparently. And so, or a person that particularly worked with Chris and knew of him, all alleged, and this is all in Silver's opinion, because he went there and, you know, checked it out. So oh, thank you for the green hearts, Nabinoch Father. Thank you so much. And then so also the I'm sure there's probably, well, I just kind of noted that I'm sure there was probably other people that were also living there, you know, because it was in close proximity to the job site. And most of the time people are going to try to stay at the easiest place, right, to get back and forth to work. So, but that doesn't mean that Chris was staying there or anything like that. So Justin made a good point. And, you know, maybe if you're close to your boss, or maybe if you're having issues at work, and you absolutely have to say something to your boss about your personal life, like as in, you know, problems at home and things like that, because that was one point that he made, that, you know, that is kind of odd that Chris would tell his boss, you know, that he's sick of Katie. And, you know, in my opinion, I think it was a smear campaign. And I think he was just trying to kind of be hateful to Katie. In my opinion, maybe they were fighting that day or something like that. That's what it kind of seems like to me. But it is odd, and it's unhealthy, you know, because you shouldn't probably do that unless it's like a performance thing. And you're like, hey, I'm sorry, I've just been going through a lot. I may be getting divorced. I could see that kind of coming up in a way, but not really in the way that that it did come up. So, and then he talks about the Altima and the Sentra, and those are both Nissans, right? So, neighbors in the area, right? Of Stafford Court say that it was definitely a sedan. So that was kind of the general consensus, that the car in question that wasn't supposed to really belong in the neighborhood. Come to find out, it is a sedan, and so a lot of people are thinking it's a Nissan. Not the first time I've ever heard that. Hey, Seashell, good to see you. And not the first time I've necessarily heard that. And so that's kind of another consensus that it may be between that Altima and the Sentra. But I've also heard the Honda, right? And so it is. I'm leaning more towards it's definitely a dark colored, probably gray sedan. Um, and then also, let's see. Justin brings up a really interesting point. He says that there were motion monitors when you went into the kitchen. And I think that's really strange. I've always kind of had a very weird vibe about food in the Proudfoot house, particularly with Sebastian, but using it as a weapon. And then also just constantly saying that all he wanted to do was eat sweets. Some people have a really big sweet tooth, right? And when you're a kid, you have a sweet tooth no matter what, I think. And as you get older, you might grow out of that. But, you know, it's just, it always kind of like rubbed me the wrong way, just the way that they handled themselves there, right? Handled the food situation, rummaging, using the words like rummaging, or just weird things like that. Fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. I don't know, I would always try to do like eggs or something in the morning. When it's cold outside, oatmeal is a good one. I don't know if he liked oatmeal or anything, or like cream of wheat or whatever, malto meal, stuff like that. And so I don't know. It's just weird. It just makes me wonder. And then also the 6 o'clock wake up time when the bus comes at 7. In my opinion, without taking a shower the night before and getting ready the night before a little bit, that is a really a heavy time crunch for especially a teenager, because sometimes teenagers need a little bit of, kind of coaxing to get out of bed. I'm not sure how Sebastian was, but if they were experiencing that at all, or if, maybe he was even too afraid to be like, can I have 5 minutes or something? Like, because it's just, it's a different, as they get older, they're changing, right? So it's a little bit different, even at bedtime. Teenagers tend to stay up a little bit later than they're supposed to. I always did. I know that. Yeah, chocolate milk is so good, and that Napa No Trailer, that's Sebastian's favorite thing, and he also likes the Yoo-Hoos too. And and those are not bad things. I mean, like, they always kind of made it to be like it was bad, and then when I heard about the motion sensor in the kitchen, like, that's really weird. Unless you're thinking that because sometimes kids will overeat and stuff like that, and I understand. And then that would be a way to combat that, maybe, but it's definitely strange in this situation, especially because Sebastian was only 120 pounds roughly, right? We've heard 113 to 120, right? Just to be diplomatic about it, somewhere in the middle, right? So also, um, Silver's brought up an awesome point too, that we're not going to forget about him, right? We're not going to forget about Sebastian. He's the one who's important, and that's why he was down there. And I'm grateful that he and Silver's too were able to do that. That's amazing. And then also he mentions that Chris is a tower crane operator, right? And his job site's at St. Jude's, of course. That big project there, and that he would have to be, and he's going to mention this too in the next clip, that he would have to be pretty sharp, right, in most instances for him to be able to do that, right? And we were talking about it last night. I included the clip again of Katie saying to Holly Thompson what happened that morning, and just them calling 911 and stuff, because I think it would be good for us to watch it again with this clip that Justin also plays. So it's thank you, Mally Cat. And I just think it's something that's really important for us to examine and really discuss too, because There's just a lot of things that aren't adding up, but there's a lot of information that's pretty darn close when we're talking to sources. And so one thing we've talked about over here is that, you know, you and I might be standing in the same area and situation, and my perception of something and my memory of the situation might mirror yours a lot because we're both going through the same situation, but there's also going to be some slight differences. There may be little details that I remember that you don't, and there might be details that you remember and I don't. And so just depending too on what the situation is. If it's a normal situation, we're probably going to remember more. If it is a stressful situation, there's a good chance that some things may not, um, be as vivid, or it could go the opposite direction, right? And it could be really, really vivid for, and reliving, a traumatic situation. So it can go in completely different, directions, if you will. So kind of just keeping that in mind, Silvers is talking to a coworker that he meets when he goes to find out if Chris is staying at the RV park. And then it's going to be a little bit different, but pretty close to what we've been hearing, although we'll find one little discrepancy, I think. So one moment here. Oh, not in any picture. Oh, yeah, bless. I agree. I agree. Yeah, I'm sorry. In my opinion, not in any picture I have seen. Is there any evidence of Sebastian appearing to overeat? No, I don't think so either. And, it's just one of those things where, sometimes you wonder where people put it, right? When they have a higher metabolism. But it's kind of one of those things where it's just kind of hard to believe that he's overeating when he's very, very thin, and also just the restrictive nature of how they treated food, in my opinion, because we hear about it a lot. Hey, Joseph Rapp, good to see you. And so it's just one of those things where it's really too bad, because looking back on it, it's very unhealthy. And then also, I don't really understand the whole concept behind it. Like, cause they'll say things like, he eats up everything, he's a bottomless pit. But then again, um, it just kind of falls short of what we see, right? Because, yeah, and he loves green tea, and then that's his, that's his thing that he likes. And he, for the most part, a lot of the foods that they say that he did enjoy eating were healthier foods, that he did enjoy eating vegetables, and that he and Katie did go to the grocery store and try out different fruits and things like that, which is good, that we do that with the kids, because they don't know what they like, and we need to let them try stuff. Otherwise they won't, they'll never know. And so, let's watch this next clip and just kind of keep in mind some of the similarities that we've seen previously from other witnesses, if that makes sense.
So talking to the person, I said, hey, could he have put his RV here? Oh, no, absolutely not. No one can. Okay, so there were a lot of comments. Oh, Chris was at the job site, his RV. It was not. Not only was it not at the job site, Chris's RV was not at the Memphis park that I was speaking to. Okay, it's about 8 miles from the job site, 6 miles from the location I was looking at when I was looking for a possible body bag. Great, straight shot into the RV. From the RV to the job site, so it would make sense. And there are people that work at the job site that are staying there. We discussed Yogi and Easy Days and all these other ones, but this one, he was not there. Furthermore, the one thing I didn't discover, one thing I did not learn is where he was the night Sebastian went missing. The thoughts were this, because I asked the question, the thoughts were more than likely Yogi. Okay, but we're not 100% sure on that. Okay, what's next? Shady, not to trust. The words I was told were this. I believe.
Thank you, Detective Golden. Really do appreciate your support, my dear. Thank you, Summers Army. Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate y'all. Welcome
He's
to
a
the
shady
family, and thank you, Summers Army.
person and would not trust anything he says or does. Would not trust anything he says or does. That's really not revelation, because we've all heard him in his interviews where we see him, or where he calls into channels or podcasts, or ever how he's talking. You know, this is allegedly in my opinion, but at the same time, I don't know Chris Proudfoot. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him. All I have to go on are his own words and behaviors. And I've said this before. Go back, find some videos.
I'm going to
his words and behaviors.
I want to know what he found.
Means that Chris operate.
Okay.
All these things are. You see that these buildings are made with iron. These are iron beams, steel beams that are lifted up by these cranes that Chris operates. So what I'm saying is, if you got to be clear-headed, you got to be sharp and focused. And evidently Chris is. He wouldn't be doing this job. Let's give him credit. Evidently he's sharp and focused, and he can operate one of these, because he's up there. He's way up there himself operating this thing. But
he gets 3.5 hours of sleep and operates
on
those.
This day.
No.
On this day. Ooh, we don't want that revealed. Hold on. On this day at 11 a.m., 4.5 hours. That's right. 4.5 hours after reporting his stepson missing, meaning three-way call with Katie, 6:30 a.m. Not only is he still working, he's still working at 11 a.m. We'll talk about that in a minute. But he was relieved because he was not focused. Not focused. Off. OFF. He was off. On the same day, his stepson goes missing. So he was relieved.
Oh, thank you, Maurice. Thank you, baby. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, baby. If you received one of those, make sure you give our beautiful Maurice a big, big thank you. Very kind of you, my dear. Make sure if you received one of those, give our beautiful Maurice a big, big thank you.
Chris wants to tell you, everyone listen, myself and anyone who will listen, that the reason he didn't get home till 1:30 or 2, leaving the job site at 11, I don't know if he specifically said 11, but he probably did, was because no one was there to relieve him. BS.
That's bullshit. I know that's bullshit.
Allegedly, in my opinion, but hey, I've been told there were more than
Thank
one
you,
reliever.
Lisa.
There was at least one reliever and possibly two on the
I've always heard there has to be 2 others.
site that day. Come on, Chris. Let's move on. Arrived 6:30 a.m. Chris wants to make you believe 5:15. Why would he need to be at the jobs? Let's think about this for a second. Why would a tower crane operator, when no daylight is up, it is dark, why would he need to be on the job site at 5:15? I think you've seen some other creators go out there and see that others may show up, inside workers, drywall workers, many different types of construction people at 5:15. What I was told is there would be no reason to be there before 6:30 a.m. And then you're going to start
No reason
in your crane around 7. 6:30 is when he's reporting his stepson missing.
Okay, guys. So we talked about this a little bit last night about the 5:15 arrival time, and Silvers brings up a good point that it was dark out right then, and it just doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Because he's showing up way too early for the job. If it was like a half hour before, I would probably say, okay, that that can make sense, but I don't know about that. So I really don't believe that he was there at 5:15. So the RV was definitely not at the job site. We went over that too. Also, it wasn't at the Memphis park that he had went to. He talked about Yogi and Easy Days because those were two other parks, and then we do know that Yogi Bear was one. Also, he was looking to see if he could tell where Chris was on Sunday, February 25th, 2025. 2024, and he was trying to figure that out, and he really couldn't get a good read on it. And honestly, if the FBI did go and check out the records, which I'm sure they did, they would know what Chris was doing right at that time, and so I would hope that they would have that information. He does talk to this one person, and he says that Chris is known to be shady and not to be trusted. He also noted that you can't really trust anything he says or does, and you know, we see that online. And he brings up a good point about him calling into the podcasts, and of course, um, that's something that we've seen him do from the beginning, calling into the podcast, not going out there and searching, just calling into podcasts, being a general nuisance, not really helping anything, but just turning the case into a circus, in my opinion. That's what he was good for, and that's what he's been good for. So, of course, in my opinion, that would bring that shady behavior into question, because this is a person whose stepson is missing, yet he's acting really shady, right? Um, and it's based on his words and behaviors, right? Calling into the shows, acting crazy, yelling, talking about, bragging about throwing away Sebastian's belongings, talking ill of Sebastian in general, making fun of him. They tend to laugh and joke and make fun of Sebastian quite frequently, and Katie, is guilty as, or maybe even guiltier, being his mother, but as Chris is. And then he goes into kind of what Chris does at the job site. So he's operating that big crane, and he's, you know, lifting the giant beams. He's also needs to come to work and have a clear mind. He's got to be sharp and focused while he does that, because of course they're like really heavy, and he's way up there in the air. So if he's sleep deprived, it's going to be a problem. And also, this person says the 11 a.m. time, right? That he was off the job by 11. He was relieved at that time. But it's kind of hard to believe, because it's 2.5 hours from when he said he actually got to the Memphis area. So he said that he got to Memphis around 1:30 p.m. So that would kind of put it at an odd time. So I'm thinking he left more around 10 or 10:30. Now, it might not make a whole big difference in the grand scheme of things. I think the more important thing to remember was that he stayed at work, and he didn't like hightail it home as soon as he was relieved. But then again, he was also saying that he didn't have a relief. And then Justin kind of went into the fact that he doesn't believe that for 1 minute, because of the fact that they usually keep people for backup. They usually have two people, which they would need two people apparently. So I'm not an expert at that, and I have no idea about crane operations. And so, but he was said to have had his focus off, and so he was relieved that day. And I just kind of think it was probably closer to the other witnesses' time frame, in my opinion, which would have put it around probably 10 o'clock, to let him have enough time to get home. Although there has been a lot of people who have said that you can make the trip faster. So there's that. Oh, you guys are talking instant breakfast. Instant breakfast is so good. Just sprinkle it on vanilla ice cream. Uh-oh. Um, yeah, they have weird issues with Sebastian. I agree. And I do feel bad about it, because he should never have to feel like odd in his own home for getting any kind of food. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. Um, it's absolutely strange. And um yeah, see, Kaika, that's what he was saying. He was saying basically that his car never moved, or his truck never moved. So yeah, he was earlier in the day, he was supposedly working on a serpentine belt, right, for somebody, helping them fix that, on their car. And then he was putting skirting around on his camper, which again, I don't believe that, because it's just too late in the year to do that. It would be a waste of time. You're going to have to take it down in a month. And then also, we have, um, let's see. Well, and also, well, I will say this about the skirting. If he was planning on maybe staying at that park and not never going back to, keeping his camper there, and maybe never going back to the house, because if he was leaving Katie, that might have been something, and he could have just left it up for the rest of the year or something like that. But I don't know how long that job was supposed to have lasted him, or if he was planning on being there long term. So he could have been putting the skirting on. It's just an odd time of year to be doing it. It just is, because it's for insulation when it's cold. And it was just, kind of still cold, but getting into springtime. So again, I just kind of, I don't believe that for 1 second, that he was kind of doing that. But then later on in the day, I guess he was just hanging out at the camper, because whenever the neighbor came back, he said that he was still there. So, and then little Miss Sharon says, in my opinion, because CP's truck was there means nothing, especially with the car in the picture. Yeah, and and that's the thing. I mean, he could have really been there all night, and he could have been on the phone with Katie as an alibi. It's not far-fetched to think that he couldn't have had helpers. And a lot of times, another thing that really struck me, is the fact that Julie was saying that Chris is the baby boy of the family, where that's Kathy's baby boy. And so, in that regard, I think that she's absolutely right, that if there was something bad that was going to go down, she probably didn't want him directly involved, and that could have been part of the plan, right? Because it was always part of the plan, and there was even a court hearing about custody for Faith. And so, in my opinion, I think that is one of the main motives for what could have happened here. Also, we were talking about we were talking about girl mom too, and her theory about the possible connection with the family, but also that Katie might have made that phone call if something did happen on the fly, knowing, because I believe it was premeditated. See, but if it did happen on the fly, I think that Katie calling the family is the most logical explanation for the devotion from Chris, especially when we know they weren't going to be together much longer. Hey, love horses, good to see you. No, I was so late today. I apologize. I was really late. I stayed up late into the morning, working on the video, because I kind of wanted to add some kind of emojis to it, and kind of make it a little bit more interesting what I was thinking, add in some of the things that I wanted you to focus on what they were saying. That guy was weird at the end, calling the other person Thomas an F boy. Like, that was the weirdest thing. So of course, I kind of wanted to meet the ridiculousness of the phone call, because it's very hard to take things seriously from the Proud Feet, or from the Foot Clan, because they're always putting out these really wacky, like, out of sorts things, right? Like I said, to create a circus type environment for everybody, for something for everybody to watch, right? And so it's kind of like I meet their ridiculousness, because what else can you do? It's insane. Hey, Carla, good to see you. Oh gosh, the blizzard. Oh no. Man, the weather has just been so crazy. Um, and Joseph Rapp says to complete what I believe were prearranged actions that night, Chris would be able to orchestrate per phone. Yeah, this is so important that LE must have examined all phones. Well, and that's the thing. I really believe that there were burner phones involved because Chris was awfully proud that the electronics and he also made a statement, which I don't know if it's true or not. He's lied so much, right? Shady, can't be trusted. But in the same way, it's like, you know, I believe that he had the burner phone, and that's why the police, if they did say that he was, wow, your devices are so clean, he said that on Duchess for the Missing. He was bragging about that, and I'm like, that's weird. The lack of evidence is always evidence. So I just, it's, it's just hard to believe that the police would say something like that if they did. But I do believe that there was burner phones. And I also do believe that same thing, that he could orchestrate this by the phone, and he wouldn't have been, directly involved getting his hands dirty in any way. But I'm not discounting the fact that it could have been something that happened that Katie snapped, in my opinion, or there could have been an accident. It could have been not intentional to take somebody's life, but it could have been, an accidental thing where, she got too rough, or too much medicine, or something like that. So I don't discount that. I really don't, because I'm kind of in the middle on it, a little bit more leaning towards the, I'm saying probably 70-30. I'm really leaning towards the premeditation, though. I really am. And Analyst says, in my opinion, Katie had trouble understanding Sebastian, but when she met Chris, she got fleas from him and his family, aka attitude, trying to please. Yeah, and you can catch fleas from the narcissist, right? And that just kind of means that you take on some of their behaviors and attitudes. And I agree with that, the Analyst. And it's not, necessarily that you are narcissistic, because the one reason that leads me to believe that is just Seth's account that Katie wasn't always like this, right? She wasn't always this way. And so when he knew her, she wasn't that way, at least, and was married and everything like that. And she kind of shifted, right? So she could have caught fleas from the narcissist in the family. And then also, it's a well-known study out there that people will do things just because of a group mentality. That is part of what made big events like the Holocaust and things like that happen, and people being okay with torturing and starving other people. It may not be that level of severity, but it is, in this case, something to think about, because maybe it was kind of like, if you're not with us, you're against us. And she decided to make the wrong decision. So, but definitely the catching of the fleas, and then not wanting to be the subject of ridicule. I don't know how you don't stick up for your son, though. That's my biggest problem with that. Hey, Jocelyn, good to see you. And yeah, he's spoiled in a mom clone. Yeah. Well, and that's why I would say the flying monkey socks, because I do want people to kind of understand that concept, because that is exactly what happens. The narcissist is always the one that you're going to, beat your own self up against a rock for. You're going to do the dirty deeds for them. We saw this even in the Murdoch trial, right? Where with Alex, he was, basically doing that to his own son Buster, where it was like he was guilting him into doing dirty deeds for him and things like that. And you can tell that Buster was kind of like, didn't really want to participate, even though he has his own dirt. But you could just kind of tell that it was getting to be very daunting for him to deal with that kind of thing. And that's what happens in these toxic families, is that, it's not fun for anybody but the narcissist. They're having a good old time and behind the scenes laughing and watching people do dirty deeds for them, and they don't have to worry about anything. They come out looking great. And so thankfully in this case, everybody's kind of seeing through that. So how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in tonight, and thank you for subscribing. That's so sweet of you. Regarding crane operations, it's rare that you have another coworker on site that can run the crane, especially if you're a master crane operator. Okay, thank you so much for letting us know that, because yeah, I'm not versed in the crane operations or anything like that. Of course, skyscrapers and stuff, you'll see those being put up all over the place, but it's one of those things where you just kind of sit in awe of it and be like, I'm never getting up there. So but great. Yeah. And it's one of those things where it's going to be a lot of different information too, because different job sites have different regulations and things too, like the city ordinance that we talked about last night. So it's important to remember all aspects of that. So thanks. How you doing? I'm glad you're here. And Kaika, has Katie said anything since her last interview at all? You know, I haven't heard her say anything or come out. And the last thing I heard was that Chris went on someone's call-in show and called in there and voted a creator off of kind of a little spin-off that creator does, where it's kind of like Survivor, I guess. And you can vote people off and on or whatever. And you have to pay to kind of play. But it's, something that's far from looking for his stepson, which is that's what's so terrible about it, I think, is that, we see these behaviors and it's just like, and then where's Katie? I'm sure she's sitting right there next to him, so but that's a good father, or that's a good question, Napanoch father, because I'm not sure if she's going to come out and say anything, or if the year mark was like her big hurrah, show the tattoo. It's so hard to tell with her. She might pop in one time when Chris decides to go on one of the channels, to speak, I think. Because a lot of times she'll be sitting right there, and then you'll hear like "Meh, meh, meh," in the back, or like a little, the tiny little whispers and stuff. It's like, oh, I think I just heard Katie back there, but he's usually the center of attention, of course. Yeah, I mean, Holly S., I really think that's a very valid scenario that could have really possibly played out. Like, say it was spur of the moment, something happened, or say she got upset with Sebastian and she decided, like, hey, I'm, in that moment, to hit him, and she really hurt him. And then something bad happened, because having any type of fluid on your brain is not a good, situation as it is. And if you're too rough with somebody, it's just so sad, because if you keep on hitting somebody and hitting somebody and hurting somebody, sometimes you can't see like the internal issues that somebody is having, right? Because you've hurt them inside and you can't see it, right? And so that's what kind of scares me too. Who knows if maybe Sebastian had something happen at the poker game and it took a couple of days and something, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that could have transpired there as well, in terms of like something went wrong. But I do have a major hang up on that, because I do think that the yellow jacket guy has pictures of Sebastian on his phone, and it's too weird to me, right? So there's always that to consider too. Why does that guy have pictures of Sebastian, allegedly, what appears to be him, on his phone? But if it did happen in a snap or an accident, I think that's the most likely thing where she was like, oh, I better call, mama socks, or, I don't know her relationship with, um, TB, if they were close, or if they were, if that was just another one of Chris's wives, really, because, that's kind of seems to me like how they look at Chris's exes, heaven forbid they do anything. Um, and hey, Debutante, good to see you. She says, have they took cadaver dogs out by CP's RV? I've only been able to hear bits and pieces of what you're talking about, but he put skirting up. Is Sebastian under the RV? Well, see, that was the thing too. I didn't see any skirting up, and see, I'm wondering if that was part of like something, so that way if somebody said, well, how come you took so long? Well, I had to take all the skirting down first, and then I had to pull in everything, and then I had to empty everything, and he can add some time onto why he was there for, a good 17, 20 hours, that he was gone. So, and I also don't think that cadaver dogs were taken by the RV or anything. I haven't heard anything about it, nor have I heard if they really did a good, thorough search of the RV. I would imagine they did, though. I mean, that would be another home of theirs, even if it was something where he was out on the road, because somebody could have came and grabbed Sebastian and brought him to the camper. I mean, they could have done that. And so I would like to see the footage. I would like to know if Heather called the campgrounds and asked for the footage, because according to the guy that said he was Chris's boss, he said that there was actual footage from the campground where they lived. And so, you should be able to see that. Yeah, Little Miss Sharon, it's awful, especially because they do so, bad at it. Um, just bad things. And it's always something to do with somebody that hurt Chris, or slighted him in some way, so it's just interesting. Kaika the Foot Clan, I don't know what else to call those guys, because they're just, so feet and socks and feet, and I don't want to get in trouble or sued. Machete Foot Clan is good. Joseph Rapp says Mike Damon did a reading of what he says proves Chris confessed. Was put out today. Okay, I have not seen that. Is that on X? Do they do that on X a lot, or is that on YouTube? Because that's my problem. I can't keep up with all of these different sites, is my problem. Yeah, all of the things in this case have been really strange, very odd things to say, and then, leaving and taking down the flyer off of your vehicle. That was weird. Because you would think that they want to keep it up there all the time, and make sure that people are seeing it, and especially if they're driving out of state, which, I mean, it wasn't as far away or anything like that, but I mean, anywhere you go, it's there. Um, The Ninja Foot Clan. They think they're ninjas. I'm telling you, we're gonna have to show them we're better ninjas than they are. I'll tell you what. Yeah, yeah, Mally Cat. That's my big thing, because I kind of like go between those things, because I really did think that theory made a lot of sense too. But then it's one of those things where I really think, because when it's the spur of the moment, it's just so much harder to get things right. There's always going to be like major things probably that you're going to screw up, then again, maybe they because of the training, maybe they kind of knew what to do right in a flash, right? um, but the fact that they've been able to kind of skirt responsibility for what happened, I think speaks a lot to maybe the premeditation being more of a likely scenario. Yeah, Lil Miss Sharon says totally planned, in my opinion. Yeah, see, and that's the thing, Kaika, with the temper. And see, that's another thing that I've been kind of going back and forth with, because it is kind of scary to think that she was out of control, that to that level, right? Like fighting mad when she was drinking. And then, when you think about someone who is a mean drunk, they will sit there and drink and pick on you and be mean, and oh, you think you're so this, and they can be really hateful and mean. And so maybe Sebastian mouthed her, and said, I'm, because he's tired of it. He's already told, he's telling his counselors, he's telling the teachers, he's telling the school, I mean, how many more people do you have to tell? Maybe he just decided he was gonna, mouth off real quick, and she was like, no, you're not. And then something bad happened there. So it really could have been, a quick temper flare, and then shoot, I gotta call the family. Machete says, Miss Machete says, yes, premeditated. Carla says premeditated. I'd expect nothing less from Angry from Big Red. Miss Machete. Carla says, Nebraska, the good life. I'm not far from Kansas border, center of the state. Oh my goodness, Carla. Well, I hope you guys don't get too much snow. That's always like that big glass snow, as you think it's over, and then all of a sudden the big glass snow comes. So, CP mom mom emojis. That's funny. I know I need to do some more custom emojis. I do, guys. I haven't worked on any of that for a little while, but I'm working on something really cool behind the scenes. Well, there's a couple of things. I'm gonna have to do the reading for the chapters and get that out, so we can do a members only on that too. Yeah, it is Machete says it's a dead ringer. Forget Me Not says, in my opinion, Katie is no shrinking violet. No, she is not. She is not. And especially with more of the information coming out, like some of the more well, I mean, I've known for a long time about the fighting in the military, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, I don't think that people who are boxers, or if they're fighters, MMA, any of that thing, or any of those styles of like fighting and things like that, I don't think that makes somebody an aggressive, mean person like out on the streets. I think they get that out in the ring, right? And they kind of harness everything to do it there. The problem is that maybe sometimes when you don't have that outlet anymore, if you were using it and harnessing energy from, say, trauma or something like that, and then you don't have that outlet anymore, it can build up inside you, right? That's why sometimes they say exercise is really good for anxiety and depression and things like that. Even though it can be hard to motivate yourself to do those things, it can also help tremendously, because it releases endorphins in your brain, and gets your blood flowing and things like that. So um, you know if she doesn't have that as an outlet anymore, and she's under so much stress, it could really pop off into something pretty toxic for her family members, right? And then also, apparently, she was doing those types of things to Seth, and that was a long time ago, right? We'll say 8 or 9 years ago now. Yeah, Carla, and you could be right. I mean, I think that it definitely came to a point where she was, going along with everything he was doing. So, I mean, you'd have to be not so nice of a person to do something like that. Oh, you have to have someone who can. Okay, thanks, perfectly imperfect boy mom. So says you do have to have someone who can relieve you in case of an emergency on site, that's an OSHA regulation and could be shut down if not. Well, and that's such a big job that I think OSHA, they would be following like all the regulations, right? Otherwise, OSHA would come and shut them down, and then, um, that wouldn't be good. And so I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense perfectly in Perfect Boy Mom. So thank you. Um, I agree. Carla says, I think more because she's Sebastian's mom. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing for me too, Miss Machete, because it's like, Chris, yeah, that's a stepdad, and everything, and you expect people to, if they're going to marry you, they're marrying your kid too, right? Pretty much, because you're becoming a family, you're going to be all together, so it's a huge step, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. And when you date somebody with kids, you need to, really take it seriously. But I think that the main parent of the child, the biological parent, if you will, has the most responsibility in protecting their own child. It's the same thing with, why I feel so strongly against Jen Soto and the way that she allowed her daughter to just hand him over to a perv, right? It's just weird. Well, of course. How you doing? I'm so glad you're here, and thank you for sharing your experience. Because yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, and I don't know much about it. You know what I mean? And I can't say that I want to sit there and research a whole lot about the cranes and stuff, but I do realize that there's going to be different regulations in different places and things like that. So, and then of course the city ordinances are going to be different other places, because they're set forth by wherever you live. And Joseph Rapp says, I would diagnose Chris as a psychopath, right? Follower if necessary. Kay as more of a dangerous sociopath, planner, manipulator. Yeah, they're both very, very manipulative, and that is my problem with the whole PI situation. Was it a situation where they were able to manipulate them into thinking that they were working for the wrong person, or what kind of transpired there? Because it really is something that, when I think about these cases, and if there's something that really kind of keeps standing out to me, I don't tend to ignore it, because if I do, then I'll kick myself, kind of a thing. So it's more like I need to focus on something that's really kind of bothering me. And that's one of the things that's really kind of bothered me for a while now. Just not that it wasn't a good fit or anything like that, because that does happen when you work with people. There's just certain times where it's just not a good fit, and it's not anything personal. It's nothing anybody did wrong, but I'm starting to see that there were a little bit of there's a few situations that happened that made me think that they flipped ship, and that's not a good feeling to have, I guess, in the case, because it just makes me wonder what's going on even more, and how weird that is, and that sort of thing. And Carla says, I don't think Katie cares if Chris dates other women. Don't think she is glued to him, just his mom in the wallet. Yeah. Well, and I honestly, I think that they did have more of an open type of relationship, because I think that they were both going out on each other, and I think it wasn't something that was like that big of a deal to them. But then again, I've said this too, I don't really care what they were doing, as long as it wasn't affecting Sebastian, or they didn't bring in a person who was going to like harm him in any way. But other than that, it's kind of like, because we've heard a lot, and then Chris flirts with everyone. Like, there's not one person that, if he's around you, you're probably going to get flirted with. If you're a woman, you're going to get flirted with, and that's why in our party, I kind of make fun of that a little bit, because it is kind of funny that he's just like such a horn dog, and he doesn't stop. He just like, he goes from person to person, and so it's just like we all kind of know those kinds of people, and we're like, okay, well, you're just a horn dog, and you just don't take him seriously. You're like, okay, he's being pervy again, and then he says pervy, so it's funny. funny. And Navino's father says, yes, my thought still is that they thought in their heads, if we make it through a year, we'll be clear. That's why they're letting out more pictures now and videos. Yeah, and it's just weird that they're doing that. And then also that video, or excuse me, the picture of him with the laptop and then the phone right next to him. They tried to cover something up on the back of his neck, and it looks to me like somebody like grabbed him or pinched the back of his neck. Um, and for them to think that like people that do editing all the time and especially when we're looking for bruises and things like that now. I mean, it's awful that we're doing it, but we have to. But they thought that they were going to get away with whoever did that awful job on the Photoshop. It's just it's weird, right? And then I do think that you're right where they figured, hey, we got a year in and we're still out and we're still wreaking havoc on everything and nothing's happened to us. Yeah, and they kind of have that confidence. Um, but I'm hoping it's going to be short-lived because it's just really plain to see that there's so much more going on with this case, and in terms of what they know and their involvement with it, in my opinion. And Forget Me Not says, yes, remember Nina speaking on Kay serving her duplicate court papers at the airport while filming. And yes, and taking Faith. Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's part of it. She is right in the mix of it, right? And she was also there filming on Facebook Live too, the day that they were doing the handoff with Faith and Nina. And so I think that Katie enjoys that. I think she enjoys being part of the little, crony rat pack, where they're just like, oh, we're gonna, do these awful things. And there are people out there, and I always like to see the good in people because I think there's still good in everybody, no matter what. I think a lot of the evil and things are learned behaviors, and also sometimes they might even be defense mechanisms, right? And I do believe that the most, screwed up individuals are coming from the deepest places of trauma, right? Because they're just down in the dumps. They don't have, proper support system. A lot of times they don't have, any kind of moral compass or values that were instilled into them. And even if they were, sometimes whatever's going on internally will trump that. And so I really believe that these are broken people that we're dealing with. And then we get into the mental illnesses that we see going on all the time, right? Just this toxic behaviors, the enjoying harming others or harassing, stalking, making fun of others. It's very ugly, and it doesn't really help anybody, right? It's just you're just seeing it play out and you're like, wow, like the level of derangement here is off the charts. And hello Unhinged. It's just one of those things. And I don't think that everybody is a good person, but I do try to look at the good in everybody because I think it is there. In this case, I find it to be fascinating the level of people who think that even their dirty, evil deeds are helping find Sebastian. It really blows my mind. It really does, because nothing that they're doing is helping. Speculating or trying to figure out what happened is a positive. Going up and being crazy and starting drama and creating circus-like atmosphere in a missing child case is completely deranged, right? They're degenerates, and they're not good people. So it's just very hard. But I do think that there is an element that everybody wants Sebastian found somehow. As weird as that sounds, as much as that kind of almost doesn't make sense. Hey Shadow, good to see you, Shadow. And Aw, thank you for welcoming in. Hiya there, perfectly imperfect boy mom. That's so nice of you. And maybe she's BP why she switches, in my opinion. You know what's interesting is I really believe that there could be an element of that. I know that a lot of times toxic personalities can be mistaken for bipolar, and it is because it can be like such a rapid shift, right? In bipolar, there are, and just a brief disclaimer, I am not a medical professional by any means. I just like to do research and I like psychology and things like that. Um, but it's because they have the highs and the lows, right? And they switch between like mania and that sort of thing. So it's one of those things where it does kind of mirror some of it. But I really, in my opinion, believe that Katie's on the dark triad, you know, and that doesn't mean that I don't think she's being abused by Chris. I do, but I also think that she's definite dark triad, right along in that narcissism group, right? Of the toxic personalities, you know, and it's one of those things because she wouldn't enjoy hurting Nina like she does if she didn't have that problem, you know, because typically if you're a good parent, you want a good relationship between the other parents. You don't try to cause trouble, right? You just kind of try to go to the go to the places where your kids are, you know, doing whatever their extracurriculars. You know, you have to see them at volleyball, or you have to see them at band, or you know, but you just kind of do your own thing and you show up for your kid, right? But you don't try to antagonize the situation, right? Some people do, obviously, but most normal people don't want that chaos for the kids, and so they won't antagonize the situation. We see Katie antagonizing the situation, filming it, filming it, just acting like very immature and very toxic, you know. And so yeah, I can see where it's a definite mental issue, in my opinion. And Napanoch Father says, which is truly sad because one thing I noticed from the Roadhouse video was Sebastian gets kicked out of the car. He immediately runs to Katie, showing that he wants to be next to his mother and feel safe. Exactly. And he is very attentive of her as well. You can tell um, well, for one, that he loves his mom, but for two, that he needs her with him, and he also wants to make sure she's safe. So I think Sebastian, without knowing him, had that, and I see it too. What you're saying, it's one of those things where he needed to feel safe, but he was also always trying to protect others, and it just shows like a level of compassion, empathy, and just like how caring he was, you know. Um, but then also he wasn't ready to kind of be in that protector role yet because he still needed protecting. So yeah, thank you for that comment, Napanoch Father. That makes a lot of sense to me. And I think it shows the love that he had for his mother, but I don't think it was given back in return. Yeah, and it was really sad to hear that that wasn't something at the Texas Roadhouse. You know, the video we were watching and that we've seen was something that was a fluke, right? It wasn't like it was like, oh, okay, she's, you know, having a bad day, or maybe they're tired, you know, maybe it was exhaustion, maybe they were just kind of like food, you know, after that day. I mean, I'm saying it's a busy day, right? So you would think they would be like, we're ready to eat, we're ready to go home, you know, get ready for school tomorrow, and things like that. But it wasn't a fluke because according to Seth, that was a common theme that was seen in the counseling sessions. You know, it was a common way of interacting with her son, or not interacting with him, you know. So that part was really sad to know because like you said, you can see the love in one, but not reciprocated, and that's one of the hardest things to really see, I think. Other than I just feel like he was so exhausted from that day. Just Miss Machete says, "Forget me not." Yep, that's timid KP for you, the poor dear. Yeah, and that's the thing. She puts on an act. I do believe that as well. That's what makes me think about the sneakiness, the manipulation, that cunning kind of attitude where, I'm going to get over on somebody because I'm smarter than them. And then I'm going to be excited that I got over on them. That duper's delight. I've seen that with Katie as well. I've also seen where she will do kind of an act where she's soft about what she's saying, but she's also doing it in a very sarcastic kind of a way. Like, fun fact, I made breakfast and spaghetti pancakes. Google it, like it's just kind of all, and very strange and behaviors that we've seen from guilty parties in the past. And I think that's why all of our red flags or spidey senses go off. And Carla says, how could Katie be out in the public with Chris's daughter, all smiles and happy with her son missing? She is worse than Chris. I think that, Carla, she was doing that, in my opinion, to flaunt faith around Nina. And I think it was to make sure that she was seen out in public with faith, and flaunt it in the public, because a lot of people were shocked to know that a judge would allow a beautiful little child to go live with people who are, I mean, arguably the last ones was Sebastian. I don't know where Chris was. We still can't figure that out. His own PI can't tell us where he was. So that's pretty bad. Law enforcement's not going to tell us, apparently. And that could be things that are being saved for a trial, right? Because they're not interested in letting the public know, which is, again, something that I don't fault them for. I just, I'm curious as the next person, right? And just want to kind of know to put the pieces together. And we also kind of get sick of, speculating, right? We're speculating over and over and over and over again. Some of the things that we talk about are, could be far-fetched. I try to keep it not as far-fetched and more like, is this a probable scenario? But, in this case, it's just been so crazy that, and again, I just think back, like, nothing will surprise me. So, but yeah, I think she was doing that to taunt. And Couponing says, remember, he also bragged about having terabytes on his computer. How is that helping find Sebastian? Yeah, well, he is trying to like compile all of this information on people who have done him wrong, because there's so many people now that he feels has slighted his fragile ego that he can't handle it. You know what I mean? It's in my opinion, it's just something that he's probably going to stew on for years and years and years. And that's how toxic people operate. And they don't ever stop to end the vendetta or be like, I'm going to let it go, or who cares what they think of me? Doesn't matter. I'm still going to live my life and do my thing. Narcissists don't think of it like that. They think of like, oh my gosh, I've been slighted. They pretty much embarrassed me or whatever, which, if you live, you're going to be embarrassed. If you show up, that's another thing. Talking about going back to a couple lives ago when we were talking about vulnerability and stuff. If you show up, guess what? You're going to get your ass kicked. You will get your ass kicked if you show up. If you don't show up, you're never taking that chance, and you're never gonna know. If you just sit in your house and never put yourself out there, right? But when you put yourself out there, you're gonna get your ass kicked. That is a given. But he can't handle it. His ego is way too fragile. Hey, Lori, good to see you. And so he's keeping tabs on everybody that ever said probably anything about him. Oh, Mally Cat, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting a membership. If you got a membership from Mally Cat, make sure you say thank you. And welcome to the Freebirds. And Carla says, Napanutch father, I think you're correct. He loved his mom, wanted that love from her. Yeah, and he did. There's no doubt. And I think when there was a shift, I think he noticed it right away. I think Sebastian is super, super intuitive. And I think he noticed that shift and he thought, what is going on here? You know, it's not the same, right? And also it again, it's just an unfortunate situation. When there's a divorce, it really hurts, you know, everybody that is involved. It's not just about, you know, the two people who are being, you know, who are in the middle of the divorce. It trickles down to the kiddos, and it's tough. Um, and no one does it perfectly, and believe me, they're not, it's not set up to do that. The court system, family court, is not set up to do that. The lawyers are the ones that, you know, get paid, and um, you know, it becomes more about winning and losing than it does about the best interest of the child, unless you have two adults who are willing to recognize that they don't really matter. It's about what's best for the kid. You know, just like Katie moving all the way to Tennessee probably wasn't the best interest of Sebastian because he had a dad that loved him, but thank God that Seth is a good dad and that he loves his son and that he wanted to be near his son, right? Because as parents, we have to be proactive on that too. But it is, it's strange, you know, it's definitely a hard situation that we see there because, you know, arguably Sebastian had a better relationship with Seth because he spent more time with him, whereas Katie went off and you know, was serving our country, right? And so you know, that creates you know, somewhat of a deeper bond with the other parent, but then again, it also creates that kind of you know, love and you know, I'm sure he missed his mom and things like that. Well, when, you know, she wasn't serving anymore and they, you know, they come back together, here comes Chris, right? Or he was already kind of there. Um, and that had to have been a hard shift for Sebastian. So, um, and Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says everything was done too clean, in my opinion, um, to not be premeditated. When it's a spur of the moment, you slip up. Yeah, you do. You definitely do, because it just happened so fast. And, you know, I'm not discounting that maybe like the shoes was one thing and that was like a slip up, you know? So if it happened spur of the moment, it could have been that the shoes, it could have been, um, you know, obviously, um, you know, and that's the thing. I just don't even know if there was luminol and proper forensics done. And that is something that bothers me. Just based on what they were saying about operating off the assumption that he walked off. They were in the house many, many times though. They said they searched the house 10 times at one point in the first week. So, and Debutante says, okay, thank you. That makes sense. I didn't hear the whole story because I was working and listening. Thank you for explaining. Of course, of course. I'm glad that you're listening while you work too. I hope it's making your workday go by faster. Hey, Rogue, good to see you. Feet and socks. And Jeff says those missing hours of Chris was explained to LE. Whether they know more or believe him is questionable. He would have to prove his whereabouts. I would think so. I would think so. And I do believe that they probably did come to the job site and grab up any kind of camera footage to corroborate that. So I would think, especially because, you know, we had huge entities involved here, right? We had FBI, we had TBI, we had neighboring law enforcement agencies, but then we also had the Secret Service involved. I mean, this was an all-out manhunt for a child, and it produced no results. And then we also hear of cases where, you know, an area has been searched and searched and searched, and then all of a sudden, you know, a person is found who people thought, okay, well, that was already searched, you know, that yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. And Carla says, I still believe it's pre-planned and thought they could pin it on Seth. Did expect millions of public to follow daily, the case and stand with Seth. Right. I believe that too, Carla. That makes a lot of sense to me. You know, I just don't see how they think they could get away with blaming it on Seth when he has produced receipts. You know. Oh, you're welcome, Napanoch Father. Thank you. Yeah, our love for Sebastian trumps Ellie, in my opinion. Love horses, that's for sure. And I think it's okay to like keep them on their toes a little bit, right? I mean, they are, you know, here to protect and serve the public. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think we don't need to be like hateful to them or nothing, but holding them accountable and then wondering what happened in the beginning of the investigation, because I think it's important to remember next time a child goes missing, right? Don't just operate under one assumption. Look at it from many different viewpoints, because if you don't do that, you're limiting possibilities, and you really can't go back and collect evidence that you didn't collect. It's not like now they can go back into the house and find anything. I mean, they possibly could, but I don't see that as being very likely. Um, oh, he's on both sides, Joseph. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was on both. I know he's kind of a weird guy. Debutante says, yep, Kansas here too. I'm over the whiplash. Oh no, I'm having from this up and down weather. Right. I know it's, it is crazy. Like here, it's gotten really, really cold overnight, and that's different because I put a lot of my winter clothes away because I didn't think I'd need them, but I do get chilly at night. So it's like I've definitely kept like the little cardigans and like what do they call it, shawls and stuff out, because it does get chilly here at night. Aw, thanks for the green hearts, guys. And yeah, it's pretty annoying, Debutante. I'm ready to set up the pool. Yes, Miss Machete. I know. It's that weird part of the when spring is starting where it's like, ooh, summer's gonna be here and the nice weather and nice spring days and nights. Yeah, first thing karate teaches is respect. Yeah, and that's one thing that I've seen in this case that has been absolutely horrendous, is the level of disrespect. And I mean, I'm sure it's felt on many different levels and in many different circles and things like that. And it's just one of those things where it's actually kind of sad, because we think about it being a two-way street, but like some people don't understand that, and so they're just very disrespectful to each other, people's opinions and things like that. You can get dragged through the mud for how you feel and or how you're thinking, and it's just something that I think is important to remember, to kind of be respectful of each other, and especially when I don't know. It just seems so backwards. A lot of it seems very backwards. Oh, Napanoch Father, did you get the membership? Very cool. Oh, we're happy to have you as a part of the family and team. Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. And Baba Rose, yes, Mally Cat, thank you. And Baba Rose says, I think it happened in the garage. I believe she rammed, oh no, Sebastian, and then into the garage door and made that round dent from the inside out. I did see the dent that you're talking about. Yeah, they replaced one panel on the garage door shortly after Sebastian was gone. I do remember that. I might have a screenshot of it. I need to look. Well, and then there was the speculation that Sebastian was sleeping out in the garage. I don't know. And that was not confirmed or anything. It was just said. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and watch this very next clip that we have. I'm trying to make sure I got all of your... Oh, see, okay, Barbara says, "Love horses." It was very shortly after he was gone when it was replaced one panel. Yeah, because it wasn't like a big spot. Well, I mean, it was big enough, and I mean, yeah. And if there was a lot of alcohol consumption, it could have been something in the, it could have been bad. I believe that anyway. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. I do love the name Wait What. It's perfect for true crime because heck, most of the time I say that just myself. Wait, what? What happened? What is it? Who said what? What? He's not privy, but he's pervy. Law enforcement told him that yeah, he's not pervy. I was like, well, that's a good thing, Chris, if law enforcement's telling you you're not pervy. So, Mallycat says we will not give up on until Sebastian is brought home and justice is served. He deserves so much better. And that's the biggest thing too, that I was kind of thinking about Mallycat, and I appreciate you saying that because in this case, it seems like there's a lot of people that don't want good people talking about Sebastian's case. If you're speculating on different theories and hypothesizing and discussing, a lot of times that is getting a lot of hatred, right? And it's a weird thing, in my opinion, because I think that it's the most important thing that we can be doing. But then again, on the flip side of things, it seems like people don't want him being talked about. And so anybody that does gets attacked. Especially if you go live, because I was never, attacked before going live, ever. Like people would say nice things, or, I might get a comment like that, I don't like your video or something like that. But that, to me, that's not a big deal. If you don't like my video, I understand that, um, not everybody is going to like my videos, right? But it wasn't the level of hatred and crazy and, just outright, yeah, just whack jobs that are out in this case, and it's always against people who are talking about Sebastian, like, and just trying to figure out what happened to him. So it's really weird. Um, or you see some creators that are very territorial, like, oh, I can only talk about him. No, you can't speculate, you can't enhance a photo, but I can. And they have a cow, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Like, if we're talking about a case, it's important to look at every detail, right? But for some reason, in this case, even just regular, normal activities that you would um, participate in, like hypothesizing, are under very heavy scrutiny. And it is so strange. And I can't not talk about Sebastian. I won't not talk about him, especially when, because of that, because that just makes me more motivated to speak out about him, and to keep looking and to keep digging. And, so it's weird. So thank you for that comment too, Mallycat, because, it's definitely kind of what I've been thinking a lot about lately. Um, Uh-oh, you're in for some snow too, Miss Machete? Oh man. Yeah, yeah. Very creepy analyst. Very creepy. Oh, thank you, Lori. Oh, thanks, guys. Miss Machete. Yeah, I hope you guys are all good with the snow. I know sometimes it could be, not so bad, and sometimes it could be really slick and dangerous and things like that. So, or, power outages. Um, And hey, Mama Mayor Wild Wolf, good to see you. Can't work on a vehicle in any campgrounds. That's right. Yeah, um, he does own a Harley, and you can get anywhere quick, in my opinion. That's very true. I'm not sure if he had his bike with him at that time or not. I know that there was talk that he had to hook up his bike trailer, and then of course that would mean he probably had his bike with him, right? But I was told that his trailer was at the house, on Stafford Court. So um, Yeah, Carla, and that's the problem. Like, if I never knew about the things that she was doing to Nina, I might not think that way of her. But knowing that she participated and enjoyed it, because if you're participating in it, and you're not enjoying it particularly, that's kind of a difference, right? If she was just standing there kind of like timid and like, oh God, I can't believe I'm doing this, but she wasn't. She was laughing, according to Nina. Like, she was very much enjoying it. And then also it happened again at the airport. And she had fun with it then too. Um, and that's kind of how I think you can tell the difference between if somebody is, um, showing malice or ill intent would be because they're enjoying it a little bit too much, um, you know, for lack of a better way to say it. Yeah, Candace is. We're going to talk about. We have something big coming up too with Summer's case, that I would like to talk about as well. Not a new development by any means, unfortunately. I wish it was that, but just kind of a deep dive into some of the aspects in the case that I'm very excited about. Hey, C. Taylor, good to see you. And C. Taylor says, Carla, I've suspected that about them trying to point people to look the other way toward Clarksville, etc. Yeah, exactly. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially like in the beginning. I thought, well, maybe he tried to, make the trek to his dad's house. Obviously, it's very far, and he would have been seen on the way over there. I believe that anyway, unless something happened. But I also don't think that, because we know more about Sebastian and how, his thought processes, what he was used to doing, what he didn't do, what he did do. Um, there's no convincing me that if he was gonna lace up and go to his dad's house, he would have been lacing up and going to his dad's house, right? He wouldn't just leave without any shoes or just in socks. Well, you wouldn't make it that far, in my opinion. So, but yeah, I feel like they're definitely always trying to make us look the other direction. And then also, heaven forbid that you're talking about Sebastian, because if you are, you're on the green team. But if you're talking about other creators and fighting amongst each other, then you're on the best team there is. And that is so backwards to me. Like, I can't and won't, wrap my mind around that madness. Um, I love horses. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. KP video in the airport. She just was having too much, she was having a good time with it. Too much fun. Um, yeah, they need to do the opposite of what the feet say. Yeah, I agree with that, Valley Cat. I do. I mean, it's just like, um, yeah, monotone one-liners, answers. Yeah, and you can't hardly hear what she says. Sometimes you have to really listen, or I have to put the volume up. I'll have to save the video, put the volume up, save the video, because you can't really tell what she's saying. And to me, that's not the same person that we're hearing about behind closed doors, which is something interesting or something interesting to talk about too, because it would, it's always different. You're always on your best behavior in public, right? Nobody's going to go out. Well, most people don't go out in public and act a fool, some people don't care. They're just like, however they are. But you also consider yourself to be a little bit more polite in public and things like that, more mindful. When you get to the house, you're a little bit more relaxed, casual, right? So it's just one of those things where I can understand the difference, of somebody trying to, be on their best behavior in public. But I don't think it's quite that. It's the dramatic change in the way that Katie presents herself in public, or in how she presents herself at home, or how she presents herself with friends. It's kind of, um, just seems to be a little, well, it's not even a little, it's very disingenuous. It's not authentic. And so I think that's where we're seeing a major disconnect too, where it's like, well, where's the Katie that is, not that little scared kind of wilting flower, because you weren't like that at the school, for instance, or, things like that. Because typically people who have a healthy personality style, they have a pretty healthy um, style in public and behind closed doors. But when you see this dynamic, it's like a night and day difference, right? Or Jekyll and Hyde kind of a situation. So it's very strange. Absolutely taunting Nina, forget me not says. So yeah, it's just completely different. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Hey, Kale Gal, nice to see you tonight. Oh, hey, Seth, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And Seth says, I just want to take Sebastian swimming again. Yeah, and you know, that was another thing that always got my heart, because that's my calm spot too, is going swimming. And it's good exercise. And you would always talk about bringing bringing Sebastian to the pool, and I could tell that that was his, you know, happy place too. And so I completely understand, Seth, and I hope and pray every day that you get that chance to do that again. It's just it's very unfortunate that we can't find a solution here, and I don't know why it's taking so long, but I'm trying to keep the faith, because I know that it's just something that we have to do. You know, we have to stay positive in some aspects of it, but it just breaks my heart. And Seth says, I want it for Sebastian. Hello, everyone. Thank you for keeping Sebastian's name out here. Absolutely, Seth. Thank you so much for being here again. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop doing it. It's not even on my radar. Not even on my radar. Aw, thanks, guys, for showing all the love and green hearts. And Baba Rose says, love horses. Justin said Jeff was not his boss, said he was a coworker, and Thomas was the boss. Well, I thought that too, and it seemed that Thomas's posts were a little bit more professional and less kind of pointed in one direction or the other, right? Because that was the problem that we saw with that guy. And also, like, him calling that Thomas guy an F-boy and stuff like that was really strange at the end of the phone call. And I don't know if he was being kind of more obnoxious to get her off the phone, which is possible. But it was just a weird comment to make, like saying that perhaps Heather got the phone number that way, or, I don't know. It was odd. But I do think, I think you're right, Baba Rose. I think it could have been a situation where Thomas was the boss and Jeff was kind of the person that was supposed to spit theories out and stick up for Chris and be like, oh, I'm not his friend, I'm just the boss, kind of a thing. But it was odd. The whole call was odd. There was nothing normal about it, especially the fact that they were more worried about, or this person talking to Heather was more worried about like the persona that Chris's persona, and how the public was perceiving him and how it was affecting the company and all of that. But then he was okay with saying the horrible things that he did in the beginning of the phone call. It was just really bizarre, Yeah, Baba Rose, I'm going to try to find that, because I do remember there being the dent. I do. C. Taylor says, Sebastian's father Seth loves swimming, the water, fishing. We know this because we know this because you know your son. Yeah, and we appreciate the like knowing all of the different things to get to know Sebastian even better, because I think it helps with knowing the kind of person he was, right? Like that he wouldn't leave without shoes, or that he did enjoy the water. And that was really important to begin with. I was thinking, honestly, water, right? In the very beginning. And that was just because I know that he did enjoy fishing and things like that. And water being his favorite spot, right? And I can identify with that too. The calming, the fact that you would take him fishing, grandma would take him fishing. It's just, it was definitely one thing I always remembered and appreciated knowing. So, And Carla says, who cares what they want? We won't stop until Sebastian is home. They can throw hate our way, and we have God. That's right. And his angels to block the devil. Show no fear and trust in God. That's right. And, keep going every day. Keep showing up. Keep doing the good things, right? Because the more that happens, the more it's fighting against it, right? Even though it's a nicer way of doing things, and it's maybe a less aggressive way of doing things. Even though sometimes we can get pretty pretty fired up. I know I do. Talk about acting, not how we do in the public persona, behind closed doors. I could scream into a pillow with some of the crap that goes on. But also, keep in mind that if we keep on going and we keep kind of coming together as a good group of people and be Sebastian's army, right, and represent him well, then looking back, we can be proud of ourselves, and again, just look at them and be like, what the heck is wrong with you, kind of a thing. And maybe one day they can recognize that too. Self-reflection is good. And Mama May or Wild Wolf says, FYI, Yellow Jacket Guy is Bower Sox real estate attorney, my opinion. Yeah, thanks, Mama May. I appreciate that. I'm not convinced on who the Yellow Jacket is. I would love to know who that guy is. It really bothers me that I don't know who that guy is, because he's very much on my radar, right? And also, there's just something about the Texas Roadhouse that hasn't sat well with me since I've watched the video. Now, if I would have watched the video and saw a different scene, it might not have. It might not be still bothering me. I could maybe put some connections together, but it definitely left me with more questions than answers, and I think that's frustrating, because typically we can make sense out of a scene that's not as complex, but it's turning out to be more complex, in my opinion, because and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to be aware of the surroundings, what was going on in the area, what cars were in the area. Hindsight just put out a video of a gray car, and I haven't had a chance to kind of break it down or anything and look. I'm always 100% with hindsight. She's amazing. But it looks to be, it appears to be, in my opinion, the same car circling, right? And it's a gray sedan, so again, and we were talking about this too when Hindsight was in here the other night. It's such a busy night at the restaurant, right? And then there's a lot of activity outside, inside, all around, like even by the window, right? And the workers, and you can see everybody going, and it's just a really busy dinner service on a Sunday night, right? But breaking it down, I think, is the best thing that we can do, and really, like, piece by piece, look at every aspect, right? What cars were in the parking lot? What was going on out front? What was going on in the bar? What was going on in the seating area next to the bar? I mean, it's a big restaurant, right? So I think it's important to examine kind of every piece of it. And that was one piece that, again, even with the pink lady, I wasn't paying attention as much to her, and she seemed to have had a kind of, we'll just say, suspicious interaction with Yellow Jacket Guy. And of course, my eyes are on Yellow Jacket Guy. Okay, I'm focused on Yellow Jacket Guy, just because it's weird. Hey Tam, good to see you. CP. Well, they were wondering if he was helping with his skirt. I pictured a kilt for some reason. I don't know why, but I just thought that was funny, helping him with this. But if it was a tutu, then he was wearing a tutu. That would be funny too. That would be great. And Carla says, Seth, I'm praying for your baby, or I'm praying for your boy to come home. Thank you, Carla. Thank you for that. Well, and and the thing is that it was so busy there, guys. It was just so busy in the restaurant. It's so hard. Thank you, couponing, for the green hearts. And Forever 21 says the young man that saw Sudka was held for being last one with her on the beach. Why is CP, KP not suspects of interest or labeled that? I pray to have integrity to bust them. Thank you for praying for that, Adam Forever 21. And that's a good question. And I've kind of been bouncing that back and forth ever since I saw the way the TBI was handling the Megan Boswell trial. And I don't know if it's because of the age difference and the fact that they kind of thought that maybe they could take a younger person in and just be like, well, you're in trouble for lying to us, or something like that. And if you're in trouble for lying, to us, then they can kind of put her in a situation where they're going to interrogate her. I think the circumstances, the age, the money, that's why I kind of play the song Money Talks, because I think that has it's playing a role. Whether it was in the beginning that it played a more major role than it is now, that's questionable. But seeing how they handled that, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that in this case. However, it's very hard when you're dealing with these types of people. And it takes all types of people, guys. So I'm not trying to be like, oh, there's just evil people, but there are. For lack of a better way to explain it, there just are. And I think we all have encountered that in our lives, unfortunately, because that's the dichotomy of living, right? Good versus evil. We're always supposed to try to be good. And we do the best that we can, right? We just do the best that we can. Everybody makes mistakes, but at the end of the day, it's just these certain things that they're getting away with. And I think that's what's making it even more frustrating, right? Because we all know that there are certain things that you just don't do. The ABUSC is the worst one, in my opinion, that has been overlooked by law enforcement. And I wish that they would be able to do something just on that, because I feel like that's another thing that is a big part of this case. And then another thing would be, I feel like they have lied. And so you're lying to the police, right? So you should be in trouble for that. And so there's kind of a list of the main ones. And then another one is just exactly what you are talking about there. Just that the last person with whoever has been, has gone missing, right? Is typically the person of interest. And we're not seeing, we're not seeing it here because law enforcement is saying there is no foul play suspected. They're still maintaining that, but I also think that could be protecting what they know. I really do believe that. So yeah, I know. See, Taylor, isn't that wonderful? And we're always glad to have you here, Seth. So thank you so much again for being here and listening. I know it can't be easy to listen to, but we're glad that you're here. And thank you all for showing so much support to Seth, because it's important to me that we do that. And anybody that comes in the chat, especially any family members, it doesn't matter who. And Barbara Rose says, lady, I sent you some pictures. Okay. Oh, thank you. I will look at them. I'm gonna play this next clip. Opal Allen, good to see you. Katie loves that big house and lifestyle. Yeah, and I don't think any of us could say that we wouldn't like to live in a nice house, or a nice place. And I do think I will say that I don't want her, because Katie works too. She wasn't a stay-at-home mom or anything. She works. So I don't ever want her hard work to kind of go unnoticed either, because she did work. But I think that, 2 incomes is better than 1, right? And it is more comfortable lifestyle. So I definitely can agree with that. And Seashell says, are you the West Coast? Just curious. Not a lot of us people do lives this late. No, I am on the East Coast, but I have a quieter environment at nighttime. And so that's why I try to do it at night, because like during the day it's very loud here, and which doesn't help me sleep very well. But um, so I try to kind of do it at night because it's the quietest, unless it's like a Friday night here, because they do like karaoke and all kinds of stuff, and it's not, the pavilion isn't far away from where I live that they do that. So um but that's a good question, Seashell, because we do have a lot of West Coast people in here because of that. Hey Scranton, good to see you. Good to see you, Scranton. And Miss Machete says yes, he's a very delicate man. Tam here, yeah, here, but brash, brash, respectful, hateful. No, and the thing is that that's the thing. He probably doesn't perceive himself to be that way, right? Sometimes it's hard for people to understand that, like, the way they're coming off to other people is a little bit different, right? But you would think, kind of, if he was able to watch himself, which, I'm the first one to tell you I don't really like to watch myself. I'm not sitting here most days watching over my live unless there was something in the chat, or if I'm commenting back, then of course I'll listen to it because it's on. But you usually won't catch me like going back and watching myself. But you would think that if he did go back and watch himself, he might understand why he's coming off the way he is. I will say that there was an interview that he said something to the effect of, first impressions are everything. And I that is one thing that you do learn in real estate, that your first impression means a lot. And so I don't know if maybe Kathy kind of had a talk with him and was like, look, you're coming off in, a bad light. But that just kind of reminded me of, some of the things, that we'd go over in real estate. But he did say that he didn't come off very nicely at first, right? But he never did really come off nicely after that either. But I think that he might have been watching a little bit of that, and then maybe his mom was like, look, you made a bad impression, and then he kind of owned that. But that was one instance that he did do that. Another thing that I will say about Katie's most recent interview is that she did acknowledge that the initial portrayal of how Sebastian is and who he is on the spectrum, and things like that, were probably misconstrued at first. And I don't know if they were blaming that on the media, the police themselves, but it was brought up, right? So there's that too. Sneaky little mice. Hey Tony, good to see you, Tony. Chat, good morning. Did they arrest Mr. Mole at the Golden Banana already? No, not yet. Not yet. That's when you'll see me go live, whatever time it is, and I don't care if I have to drive over to the ocean and do that. I don't know how much. The other day it was like really windy, so I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Hey, I got change. Good to see you. Blessings to Seth. Thank you, Seashell. Hey, Vanna. Oh no, you had a root canal? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh, goodness sakes. Those are never fun. Those are never fun. Oh, thank you, Joseph. Much respect to Seth. That's right. And if we saw people doing things on the other channel, or excuse me, doing things on the other side of the and I don't even like to say on the other side, but when it comes to Chris and Katie and them being parents, excuse me, them being parents, I think they need to, do more than just go on the panels and act silly. Voting creators off an island should not be on their radar, in other words. And Debutante says, hello, Seth. Been praying for you and the answers to be brought to you soon. My heart goes out to you. That is so sweet, Debutante. Thank you so much for that. And I think everybody feels that way. Very well said. And Tony Fire says, Seth, hey, hope you're doing well. We are still here for you, sir. That's sweet of you, Tony. Thank you. Aw, thanks, Joseph. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate you. And Scranton Strangler says, in my opinion, CP and the boss, quotes, got a story straight. Seemed that way, didn't it? I agree with that, Scranton. I really do. He completely ignores Heather's question and goes straight into misinformed storytelling. Right. And and very like almost like a shocking, like what he said was completely shocking, and uncalled for, a little bit crazy, right? Because who expects to hear that? So I can understand where she might have been caught off guard. But in the same way, I also think that she should have had some follow-up questions like, okay, I understand that. That's great. Great to know that you have the RF tags, right? Is there any way that I can get a record of those? She never does do that. She just goes into calling, YouTubers MFers and mirror matching the guy instead of mirror matching, but then going back to what she was originally calling for, right? Oh, that's great to know that the camera footage is in high definition. Is there any way that I can get any kind of proof of Chris's whereabouts for that day? That would be the professional way of handling it. And so to kind of hear that interaction, and then again, like I said too, I listen to it, listen to it, add it in, go back, see how it flows. So I'm listening to it a bunch of times over and over and over again when I do this. And so every time you listen to something, you'll catch something different, right? You might not have fully absorbed what you were hearing the first time, but the second time you're like, oh, okay, wait a minute, okay, and then you go back and kind of analyze. Or that's kind of my thought process behind it. But I did notice that it was never Heather staying on focus and on task, and that's really what we needed her to do. And there's I'm not throwing shade. This is all hindsight being perfect vision, right? Looking back and being like, well, how come you didn't ask that follow-up question? Or that was a lost opportunity for you to be like, okay, how do I obtain that footage? And then never bringing him back to it, just allowing him to go off on all of these theories, like what happened with his own child, the Reddit, going to Reddit, all these darn kids on Reddit, and things like that. And it was like, but never going back. One thing I do think that she did a good job on was calling the man out and being like, well, if he would have walked away, then he would have been caught on footage, but there is no footage. And, maybe he didn't know that, but I do think it was scripted. I think it was something where Chris told him, hey, this is what I think you should say, or I need you to say, or here's a couple $100 to say it. I mean, let's be honest. That's what we were hearing is how they handle things. Pay somebody off to do it. And, that it's not the only time we've heard that. So, yeah, Tam here says Heather threw YouTube creators under the bus. She didn't miss a beat going up on Trisha's panel on Web Sleuths. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. She was right there in the mix of everything. And I feel like that was a bad decision. And again, retrospectively, it's going to look different than when it's happening. Maybe there was no ill intent, but I'm beginning to think that there was some sort of a shift and some sort of a manipulation that happened where maybe they were thinking they were helping more than, and maybe they were thinking that they could get more information if they played both sides, right? And that's part of human nature. I'm not saying anything, like I said, bad. It's just one of the kind of disloyal betrayal type of behaviors in human nature. So thanks, Tam, for your comment. Kaika. Yeah, he seems so out of place. Yeah. And like I said, I don't know if it's you know, how he got the picture or whatever, but I definitely think the picture was on the phone. Just very strange Holly S, you know. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Mally Cat. That's so sweet. Seth, we love you. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers Army. That's right. Yeah, and we just always got to remember that too, and I have to remind myself of that too, guys, because I get as pissed off as anybody else does. You know, I just try to keep my wits about myself. Kaika says, "Yep, seen a gray car passing, especially again to check if KP had left yet." See, and those are the kind of the blanks that we need to fill in, right? So what was this car doing passing by again and again? Were they lost? Okay, you know, devil's advocate. They were lost. Maybe they were looking for something. And it has nothing to do with it. I just find it funny that some of these characters that we're seeing that may have been working in conjunction with each other are kind of coming to light. So, and then also with the gray car, it is, I mean, too similar to what vehicle we're looking for in the case. So it, you know, and as I said before, gray would be a very good color because at nighttime the typically cameras, unless they're newer cameras, will record in grayscale, right? I feel Holly S says, "I feel like it's Janine's, guys." Yeah, and you know, it was just it's so hard for me because some of the posts that I saw on the Facebook page kind of led me to believe, I don't know, it's just so tough, and I didn't agree with a lot of it, but you know, and not only didn't I agree with it, it was like I drastically disagreed with. I mean, like it was like off the charts, like, oh, what am I reading? Like, should I even should I even discuss this topic because of all of the things that were in the Facebook account that it came from? Yeah, I don't know, Tam here. So what is the chickaroo doing outside the Texas Roadhouse looking in the shrubs? She spit something, like she spit into the shrubs. So it was weird. Like, I don't know. I don't know what she was doing. Then there seems to be a slight interaction, eye contact. Also seems to be kind of a coughing, which, you know, can be getting someone's attention. It could have been alerting. Some people were saying maybe they were talking to each other on a device of some sort. Some people are thinking that it's nothing. I found it very odd that the man comes from over, you know, and the other side of the parking lot, walks up the sidewalk. Whenever he gets to Katie's car, he waits there. So did they get to the Texas Roadhouse late? Because we have two people creeping around and with no place to go, seemingly. Oh God, I just got the Pennywise. Um, when I was at Walmart the other day, guys, I almost got a Pennywise for the background, but I was like, no, we're not doing that. But because obviously it's kind of scary, and I don't like to have those things in my house too much. But but I did think it was cool. But I'd probably have to like put him away after the show. I don't know. It's weird, and then I'd be giving way too much power to that doll, and I'm like, but dolls are creepy, so are clowns. But there we go. We got Pennywise. Yes, Tam here. I'm glad you're here too. Thank you so much for being here. I love when you guys can come in, and it's so hard, I know, because that's why I try to go live, you know, throughout the week and then take a Sunday off or something like that. Because it's like, I know it's hard to catch. And then also, tonight I was so late. I was so late. The analyst says if we have the whole Texas Roadhouse video, then we understand everyone there better, in my opinion. I would love to have it. Like, I would love to just have the raw video, and then I could zoom in, mess with it as, you know, as I go. Because it is, it's a lot to take in. And then also, it's amazing what you see when you slow everything down a lot. So even with the video, because our friend Carol had sent me the screenshot of the phone, but I wanted to go into Dog's video and grab that out of his video myself. So I did. I went in there, zoomed in, grabbed it out, right? And then I turned around and went back to the video, cropped it up, and then I slowed it all the way down as much as I could. So, and I know I've kind of went over that process with you guys a couple times, but just for people who weren't in here, excuse me, they do seem to get away with everything, Holly, and that is frustrating. But I do think the truth comes out, and I think that everything that is in the dark will come to light. And I think that it's hard to keep that mindset, trust me, because there's times where I'm like not as positive, but I try to be when I'm up here because it's important to me to not let like some of my own feels get in the way of like what I think that we should be doing. But it does seem like that like I have my days where I'm like so just fighting mad about it because it's just not right. It's just not right. Imagine what we don't know exactly. And that's the scary part, in my opinion, is that there's certain things that we just don't know. And I mean, just a lot of things that just don't make sense. That's what's hard to reconcile because you can't reconcile something that doesn't make sense. Oh, Detroit, did you doze off waiting? Oh no. I saw you in here in the beginning and I'm like, oh no. Oh gosh. And she says outside enjoying the beautiful weather, cleaning up the garden beds and enjoying the sunshine made me sleepy. You know, being outside takes a lot out of you. You like, I went to bed so early Sunday night because it was just like, I mean, I was ready to go to bed and I'm usually not like that. But it was an early night for me, that's for sure. Um Oh, I believe that we would be floored, and, you know, it's sometimes I almost don't wanna know, um, because you guys might see me come up here and get come unglued because of mm-mm. East Coast and a night owl, aw, great. Yeah, and that's the thing, I've always kind of been a night owl, and it's just more peaceful at nighttime, like I said, there's not, like, a lot of people, like, doing all kinds of activities and things like that outside, which is good, it's because it's always nice here, like, the weather is beautiful here, so it's one of those things where people just get out and about and they're riding their bikes, golf carts, and everything. So, Adam Forever 21 says, in my opinion, the gray car and the gray car similar at both locations is very rare, odd, and sus. I hope LE got plate off of the cams there. I hope so too. And there are plate readers in the area. We do know that they did a whole news um, program. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. They did a whole news program on it, and they kind of showed that that was an initiative. They also had an initiative where it was a multi-county situation where they were pulling in data and communicating with each other with it. So that was another initiative that we saw that was very recent and right before Sebastian went missing. So these things were in place. There are a lot of fail safes and different things that they could have been using. And of course, they're not going to come out and be like, hey, this is what we got off of our plate readers. And I get that, but that is such a great point, Adam Forever 21, because those are two really big coincidences that are very, very strange. And I thought it was very much worth mentioning. Oh, Baba Rose, and you know what? He might not still be in here, but he came in to stop by to say hello. And Baba Rose says, "I cannot see you, Seth Rogers, but we do love you and Sebastian. We are going to bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home to you. No giving up. That's right. That's right. And it's so important to keep talking about the good stuff, guys, and to really just focus on what could have happened. You know, there's still so many questions that we don't have answers to. And maybe one night it'll just click for us, you know? Maybe one day there'll be people talking on a different show and it'll just click. Maybe one day law enforcement will get that little piece that they feel like they can put it on the scale and tip it over, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how, you know, this is how we're going to get the DA to charge. Maybe there's going to be this other this kind of indictment where, you know, it's not going to be public, and I think that would be the smart option, and it would kind of be par for the course with what law enforcement has been doing, in my opinion. I don't think it's I think it's a smart strategy to keep things close to the vest. I really do, especially when there's not a whole lot of information, in my opinion. So, and Carla says, oh, I'm sure Chris knows how he is coming off to the public. That's how he wants people to view him. He thinks it'll scare us. I'm not afraid of you, Chris. Yeah, me neither. I'm honestly not. Like, he's kind of one of those little, it's a man baby kind of complex, you know. If he doesn't get his way, he's going to throw a fit. No, Tam, you're not losing it. Aw, Love Horses says, I second that, Baba. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the green hearts. Hey, Meganels, good to see you. Oh, do we have 111? Oh, my goodness. Thanks, guys, for the thumbs up. You guys are awesome. Let's do a party real quick, then. Why don't we? Good night, Miss Couponing. We love you. And maybe searching for cameras, weeds, and shiny pennies. Oh, goodness. You know, those were all activities. I remember Seth saying that in the beginning, like saying, you know, they're describing things that he did when he was little, like real little and stuff like that, which I thought was odd too. That was very odd. Okay, guys, I want to make sure. Got to change. I got changed. Good to see you. I got changed. Thank you. Hey, Margaret. Freddie's coming. Well, here we go with that. Hey, Panda Bear's mom. Hey, Pam Roberts. Good to see you guys. Good to see all of you. Margaret. You silly. Hey, you can't see me. Good to see you. Okay, guys, let's play the party. The Freebird party. And here we go.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell T-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Half a Chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do.
Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
It's like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
his ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys, so I was just checking my email. Sorry about that. So I just did get the email. So thank you so much. I really quick want to play this next clip. And like I said, I put in the interview from Holly Thompson. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys for the hearts. Thank you so much. Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of great movies coming out. I don't know. There's quite a bit of good ones out there, but I'm a lot more into like the older movies myself, and that was one of the ones that I really enjoyed. But I want to play this next clip with Holly Thompson again, and just kind of comparing what we're seeing with what the people are saying at the job site, or people who worked with Chris at the job site. So here we go. And then compared to what he was saying in the interview.
4.5 hours later, he's relieved.
Alibi.
Why tell us
Alibi.
it's 5:15? Yes. Come on, Chris. Focus off. OFF. Unlike other days. I told you, I'm going to give Chris credit. I will give people credit whenever I can. I'd like to give Chris a lot of credit. Chris, you're listening to this. Talk to me. Email me, silversonthescene@yahoo.com. 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 You are making yourself unlikable. You are making yourself untrustworthy, shady, not to be trusted. Words and actions.
You would think working
Words
for
and
St.
actions
Jude.
make you like that. Your focus was off, unlike other days.
Sweet.
You ever watch Columbo? Columbo will notice when someone's focus is off. Law enforcement notices when someone's focus is off. Let's refer to other cases, high-profile cases. Just think about them. You'll hear on the media, you'll hear about law officials going and saying, hey, Jim, how was Bill the day his son went missing? Was he normal? Was he upset about his son? Did he want to find his son? Was that why he was off? Or was he just normal, like a normal day? Behavior and focus. This day.
I mean, if your wife called panicking, saying, oh my God, I don't know where Sebastian is, you would leave work immediately. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. You would be out the door. The one that gives receipts for Sunday CP, there is a reason, allegedly. Yep.
A guy who's very sharp. He has to be sharp to do this job. But on this day, his focus was off, unlike other days. And we're going to end it with this, and we'll cover them all. This is the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just say I get relieved from my job, okay? Whoever it is that comes over and says, hey, man, we're going to have to pull you off. You're just not.
Remember, Edgar says he was up in the crane when KK called.
Focused. Then you would think, okay, so let's take Chris's words. I was relieved when they got a reliever. That's why I had to work till 11, okay? So you would think he's reported Sebastian missing. He gets off the phone at 6:30, turns to his supervisor if he's on the site there or on his way to site. When he gets to work, hey man, my stepson's missing. I need to get out of here as soon as I can. Now, I would leave right then. Hell, I would call him. I wouldn't even be on the job site. Soon, I would be headed towards Hendersonville while I'm on the phone with Katie and the law enforcement and the sheriff or whoever they called, right? And I'm like, I'm on my way. I would have probably been there 3-hour drive. We know this. I've done it 5 or 6 times, 3-hour drive. I'd have been there at 9:30. I don't think Chris, out of his own words, got there till 1:30, 2 p.m. He was working. So when they come to relieve him, and you would think he'd go, I'm so sorry. I know I'm off. I probably should have been
alcoholic.
working. My stepson has disappeared. We don't know where he is. He didn't, though. He didn't report Sebastian missing to his work. What? So let's think about this. Hang the phone up with Katie. Law enforcement's descending on her house. Boom, big searches. Everybody's out looking for Sebastian. Chris Proudfoot,
the boss ain't going to be there at 5:15 in the
allegedly,
morning.
in my opinion, based on what I was told,
Listen,
gets off the phone and goes to work. And 4.5 hours later is still working.
but that's the thing. Gets off the phone and then goes to work. He said he was up in the crane.
I'm just visualizing moving those levers and picking up that steel and that iron or whatever and lifting it up to where they can put it in. He's working.
Yep.
And his stepson is missing. His wife is
panicking.
All sorts about herself. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on?
Remember, she said she couldn't even call 911, but she could drive a car. But, she couldn't call 911. She was so distraught. Why weren't you on your way, Edgar?
Are you 4.5 hours later? Now, here's the question I have. He was relieved. Not his doing. He didn't say, raise my hand, stepson's missing, get someone over here for me. He was working. The first question I have, what would have happened had he not been relieved? Would he have worked the full shift?
Good night, Grace.
I'm assuming 7 to 3. Maybe they go 7 to 7. I don't know. 7 to 4. Would he have worked the whole shift? And then told us that there was no one there to relieve him? Not to be trusted. And no, he could not have that RV. Nobody could on that job site. So what do we say with all this? We scratch our heads and we go, wow. So for me, when I approached to ask, did Christopher Proudfoot stay at this RV? I was looking at a minute or less. Yes, no, take the flyer, thank you. This turned into about 15 to 20 minutes. Now, I did leave my phone number, and I don't expect a call. I'm not looking for any really more information because let me get to this part. And that's this. And I'm going to bring him center here. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you, I'm compelled to find Sebastian Rogers. I'm compelled to do whatever I can when I'm not working my full-time job, providing for my family to pay my bills. When I have time, I'm looking for this teenager, this boy who should not be missing.
Send it to me, Holly. 99
And I've told
problems.
Silvers too how passionate I am about it, because not only should he not be missing, but in my opinion, other than his biological dad, his mother and stepdad did not protect him. And that's just wrong.
It is.
We need to find him and get justice for him. So after I spent these 15, 20 minutes, Silvers 2 was in the car, and I turned to come back to the car. And ladies and gentlemen, I was hit with a wave of emotion. A wave of emotion. At first, I didn't understand it. I get in the car. Silvers 2 could see it immediately. What's wrong? What happened? What did he say? What did they say? All these things. And I'm like,
You know why, in my opinion, he didn't tell? Perhaps that his stepson was missing because they would have made him leave. Why are you here? Go, bro, go. Get out of here, right? There we go. It's craziness. Thank you so much to Silver on the theme. That's amazing.
Okay, guys. So basically, we just see Silver's reaction to a 20-minute phone conversation, or excuse me, face-to-face conversation. He did leave his phone number. I haven't heard anything back that he received a call back on that one, or anything like that. But it sounds like the person just basically said what he knew. So Silver says that, and he brings up a really interesting point, a good point in my opinion. I feel the same way, that Chris is the one that kind of made himself unlikable, untrustworthy, because of his words and actions, right? It wasn't anything that anybody else did necessarily, besides what Chris did and what he, just the typical ways that he handles himself, and that he has handled himself in this case, in my opinion. So they talk about, he talks about the fact that his foreman or his supervisor wasn't exactly aware of what was going on, and we're thinking that's probably because they would have made him leave, right? That's the most logical explanation for why he wouldn't have shared that information. But we have to remember that Chris has a wife who is at home, who doesn't know what happened to her child, and she is panicking in this situation, right? Any of us would be. It's like one of those situations where, where's my kid, right? They're not in their bed. Like, I mean, that would be the biggest nightmare ever, right? So, but he's not thinking about that, because if he was, he would have went straight home. There would have been no questions asked. It would have been like, look, my son is missing. I need to leave. Like, that takes how long? 2 seconds? My son's missing. I need to leave. Anybody, on this planet who can speak English, would understand that statement and understand that it was a statement of action, that action needs to happen quickly, right? But for some reason, Chris fails to spit that out, right? It's very strange. It makes no sense. I would be in trouble, or I'd probably be running the risk of being in trouble for speeding, right? Because I would be trying to get home so fast, the minute that I heard this. But and I thought I uploaded the clip, so I had to upload it, guys, and I still have the first clip of what they were talking about that morning, and we'll play it right after this. But Chris's role as a spouse and a stepfather, it comes into question. And again, this is based on Chris's actions, in my opinion. As a spouse, you would think that you would want to be there for your wife, okay? So let's even take out of the equation that maybe Chris wasn't as fond of Sebastian as he should have been. Okay, let's just take that out for 1 minute. If he loved Katie, though, and if he was concerned with her well-being and her feelings, anything like that, he would have gotten his ass home. It was amazing to me, and I'm not trying to throw another creator under the bus, so I'm not going to mention who had said this, but it was like many of them, and even I will say many of them, it wasn't even one in particular, honestly, was saying what a good father and what a good spouse Chris was. And I've never witnessed that with my own eyes in his actions, right? I witnessed a man sit there and not even grab her hand, not even reach out and rub her back, not ever even show kind of any type of empathy or even a level of sympathy toward his wife who has a child who is missing, right? So in my opinion, Chris is completely disconnected as a spouse. And that could be because of some of the issues that were happening in the household. So don't get me wrong. I'm not completely faulting him for that situation because we know that there was issues happening, right? But it's just very apparent that he is checked out of the situation just on the level of being a spouse, in my opinion. Now, his role as a stepfather, it's not like he is just a brand new stepdad, right? Sorry guys, I need some sugar and caffeine. He's not a new stepdad, so it's not like they just got married last year, right? Or he's only been in Sebastian's life for 2 years. He's been in Sebastian's life for half of his life, according to the time frame of when they said they got together, right? And so that causes me to pause, because he has known Sebastian. He has lived with him for quite some time, and there is no sense of urgency, you know, and that is very weird to me, because let's take out the equation where he and Katie are having issues. This is still a child, right? And most of the time when there are stressors, like there's going to be in every single home, right? None of our homes are perfect. That's just because we're human. So, you know, with that being said, it's very odd to me that even if they were having issues where he and Sebastian were butting heads, they're still in that crisis moment should have been a light bulb that goes off in his head, creating urgency to get his butt home and to be the man of the house. So when people are saying that Chris is a good man, that did a good job, that and making up excuses for his bad behavior, I have to revert back to what Silver's just said about this. Chris did this to himself because of his actions and inaction makes him unlikable. Because of his actions, he is untrustworthy and doesn't look like he is a good spouse or a good stepfather. So, you know, there's not even any use in talking about a scenario, really a third scenario there, right? It's either you would have urgency being a spouse who is concerned for your other spouse because you love them, or you would automatically step into the role of a stepfather, which you have been for quite some time, and you would have urgency right then, because many times in families we might not like what each other does, right? But we always love each other because that's the unconditional side of love. But we don't see that at all here. We see a very selfish person. And then going back to what the boss was like, saying, oh, you do you and everything. Isn't that your MO? I mean, even what he was saying made it seem like he did know who Chris was and what Chris was about, and Chris being only about himself, in my opinion. So there were a lot of things in that phone conversation between Heather PI and this person, Jeff, if you will, that did ring true, like people knowing that Chris is about Chris, right? And so that some of it did ring true, and a lot of it seemed like he had talked to Chris. And that's my opinion. But yes, I think that if anybody knew, and if he would have vocalized or told other people, hey, my son's missing, my stepson's missing, my wife's son is missing, for crying out loud, whatever. I mean, they would have made him leave, right? They would have said, hey, you're in no position to be here. Go help your wife, or by all means, see you later. We're praying for you. We hope for the best. We hope he's found soon. Something like that, you know? And then we also go back to another kind of discrepancy where this witness says that Chris arrived at 6:30. I think that arrival time makes the most sense for any type of construction person that I've ever known, being raised by one. I understand that men in construction do not just get there right at 7 o'clock, right? You don't get there right when the job starts. You get there at least 15 minutes early. One thing that's very common that I've always heard was if you arrive at you know, exactly at, say, at 7 o'clock, that means you're late, right? If you arrive at a quarter to, then you're on time. And so that's just something that I've heard many, 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 many times. So I think it's most believable that he probably left the job somewhere around 10 to 10:30 to bring him to the 2 o'clock arrival time. As we said before, he said he was just hitting Nashville around 1:30, and those are his words. It's about 30 minutes from Nashville to Hendersonville where they were at, give or take, right? So it would still have to be closer to like a 10 o'clock leaving time, 10:30 maybe pushing it. Although Silver said that he had made the drive in 3 hours. And again, that's when my lead foot would be coming into play, because you better believe that I would be rushing to get to wherever it was that my family was, right? Because that's what we do. We spring into action. Even if we're pissed off at somebody, when tragedy strikes, that's when it brings people together, right? Most of the time, unless it's a very toxic situation. So, I mean, there's that part of it. Now, of course, there could have been a lack of focus because of a lack of sleep. One could argue that he was stressed out and that he was off focus because of that. But again, what person in their right mind sticks around when they know that there's a crisis at home? It doesn't typically happen. You know, we just don't ever see it. And it's very strange. And then, no one knew Sebastian was missing because they'd make him go home. Also, Chris saying that he was already up in the crane about 6 o'clock, or in Katie saying, you know, she called him, she went to go wake up Sebastian at 6. It took her about 3 minutes, because I think that's more believable than 1, to get around the house and to look in all the closets and everything like that. You can't see me. That's true. We still don't know if Mama Socks was at Worsham's that morning. Very good point. We don't know that because we've heard both things, you know, and it's just weird. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you. And you know, and see, it's just strange. You know, it's like, was she or wasn't she? Oh, well, the cameras are busted, so we can't get any truth because, you know, cameras don't lie, but people do. You know, and Silver's made a good point to say that if he had found out at 6:03 that morning, you know, it would have been like probably a 3-hour drive. He said he did it in 3 hours, so he could have got there at about 9:30, and you know, that would have been right about the time, or you know, a couple, maybe even an hour and a half after Seth had got there, right? So just kind of important to put that all into perspective. And then Silvers brings up another good point, that we're looking for Sebastian, and Sebastian really shouldn't be missing, right? Because he was in his own home, he was in his bed, arguably the safest place that he could have been. He wasn't a teenager out and about, you know, out past curfew, for example. You know, and I do not like bringing Riley Strain into this because I feel like it's such a vast contrast. But one aspect that I think that we could use as an example would be the fact that we were able to track Riley's movements all throughout Nashville whereas we're not able to track Sebastian's whereabouts, or because there doesn't seem to be any, and that's just my opinion. There could be stuff that I don't know about either, so I mean, I will consider that too. But we must find and get justice for Sebastian, because it's just been too long to where, if it even, again, devil's advocate, even if somebody is harboring him, like this man is alleging, that he thinks, like he met somebody online or something like that, and maybe, look, it was a fluke and he completely was able to evade any detection on a camera in the neighborhood, or anywhere for that matter. It's been so long that I'm guessing he would need justice either way, right? Because somebody was keeping him from his family, and that to me, that would put Sebastian in need of justice, right? Because that would be super stressful for him to be away from his mom and dad. It just would be. And whoever's doing that to him should be in trouble. And then we have one more. Oh, and then of course we have Silver, who comes back to the car after this 15-20 minute conversation, and he is overwhelmed with emotion because of what he just heard. I'm sure, looking at it from his perspective, or like putting myself in his shoes, I'm sure that he wasn't exactly anticipating hearing what he heard. And so after, he had a chance to walk back and process it, and he's still kind of processing it, he's realizing that, exactly, you can't see me, exactly. And that's my opinion too. I don't think there was any type of activity on camera except for the 3 a.m. lights. I feel very, very strongly about that without having every bit of details, right? Because there could be something that law enforcement has that we don't know about. However, I really feel like this is a major piece of the case, and that it's been leaked and then retracted, and it's nothing, but it might be something, but it's definitely part of Sebastian's missing file. That speaks volumes to me. It really does. And I don't think that it was ever supposed to get out. I really don't. I'd bet my bottom dollar that it wasn't supposed to get out. But again, with it being, someone, a civilian, a regular person, it's their footage. So whoever they give it to is whoever they give it to. In that regard. Which I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm glad that we have it, because it gives us a better idea of kind of what we're looking at, and it gives us a major clue to how he could have poof vanished from his own bed, which we know is impossible and it would never happen. And I don't even know that it would happen in an alternate universe. But nevertheless, we're stuck kind of having to grapple with the fact that there is no sign of Sebastian anywhere. It's very bizarre. And it just makes you wonder, where is he? What happened to him? What can we do to find him? The analyst says, if there's motion sensors in the house, they'd know if he left. Well, why didn't they do an audit on the lock? I mean, if they said, they told Trisha on Web Sleuths and Insightful One, I believe her name is, they tell them that the only reasonable door that Sebastian would have went out was the front door. Previously on Smiley Stories World, Chris tells Smiley that Sebastian going out the front door would have been caught on the Ring camera from across the street, and that if Sebastian went out his window, which is not high off the ground, and there's not a big bush or anything like that, it's just like mulch and stuff, it's just he could have very well went out his window, in my opinion. But with that being said, he was saying that he would have, screamed and everybody would have heard him in the house. Everybody would have heard him in the house. Well, I thought Katie and the dogs were the only people in the house. Again, it's just another circle, another bit of confusion, right, to add to the mix. But why didn't, and Katie herself also said that Sebastian goes out the front door. Typically, they do use other doors, which I'm thinking she's saying that they use the garage door. So they go in, the garage, and then they go in through the garage door into the home. But she said he usually mostly uses the front door, and then he locks it behind himself. So if you have digital locks, why not do an audit on the locks? Was that done? Because that will tell you everybody who used that, the code, and put the code in and when. I'm guessing they replaced that and put their own in, or reprogrammed it when they moved in. They've had the house, I believe it was since, I think they closed on it. It was oh gosh, I don't want to misquote it. But it seems like they had only been living in the house for a couple of years, right? Since like 2018, I believe it was, September of 2018. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, please. Carla says those lights in strange car can only be there for one reason, nothing else. Yeah, if the car doesn't belong, right? And that's another thing that, I kind of wanted to discuss tonight just a little bit. We'll do it more in detail tomorrow for sure. But my biggest problem is that it's a car that doesn't belong in the area. It rips down the street. It turns around quick. It was a fast in and out kind of a thing. You don't typically see that at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, on a work night, a school night, the start of a week, right? Start of a work week, start of a school week. It just doesn't make any sense. And then it goes on to Stafford, doesn't go down the street and turn around in the cul-de-sac. No, it takes the quickest route back up, out straight out of the neighborhood. Boom, you're gone. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that it wouldn't be something nefarious when there's a child missing, and that was the car that was in the neighborhood. I mean, it doesn't, and the neighborhood's not a big neighborhood. It's not like it's a busy time of the night to be driving around. What are they expecting us to believe? Oh yeah, that's right, that it was a trash truck. Sure. Okay. It's frustrating. And Kaika says, same as KP, best friend Lori was there at the house. Yeah, before Seth. So how far does she live from KP's house? She lives, I believe it is 4 hours away. Just bear with me here, because I know there's a note that I have on that. And she drives a Tiguan. Oh, this is another one I wanted to show you guys, and I meant to upload this guy's face. This is the brother. This is Stepfoot's stepbrother. Sorry, and he does look like a lot like him. A lot. Like weird. I know, Lori. It is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. He looks like a, part of the Foot Clan, like could be like direct brother, but that isn't. It's his stepbrother. And he's 6'4", allegedly in a more athletic build, right? I wish he wasn't wearing a hat in that one. That's right. I wasn't supposed to put my phone down. So we could see his hair line. Hey, KJ Mack. Good to see you. Bear with me, guys. Because I know I got some research on Miss Lori. And, you know, I'm not trying to figure this lady out or anything. I'm not going to tell where she lives. I just want to tell you how far away. Because I think that's important if she was there before Seth. And she was supposed to have gone home, which I'm like, okay, well, that's strange. You wouldn't have made it back in time. Okay, so let's see. Lori. Excuse me, let's see. $4, right. Okay, I wanted to make sure. She is in Illinois. And of course her son was friends with Sebastian, right? Or you know, they played together, right? Because moms got together and kids play together. That's very typical. You know, when you have kids, you find other people who have kids. Or you should. I don't know why you wouldn't. It just makes life a lot easier. Hey Aries, good to see you. That stepbrother did an interview on Fox and Friends acting like CP. I knew that wasn't CP. Oh, really? You think that was I have the picture of him. Of Mr. Foot. I think he looks like he had somebody said he had Just for Men crispy foot. Oh my goodness. Let's see if I have Fox and then Friends or if I deleted them. Oh, I bet you I just put it in as a background. I didn't put it. Oh, see, you can't see Stepfoot in that one. Only KK's in that. Sebastian. I love Lawrence's face on that one. That's why I kept that though, because Lawrence is looking at them like, what in the world are you two talking about, you yahoos? All right, hold on a second. Let's put our mullet man back up. KJ Max says if CP was in the Ovine with her still, she was reading and sleeping, he would have heard her say one of the 3 stories, Bubba, did you fall out of bed, etc. Well, you know, and it's funny too. Oh, on the phone. Exactly. So if CP was on the phone with her while she was reading and sleeping, KJ, he would have heard her say one of the 3 stories, right? Bubba, did you fall out of the bed, etc. Well, and the funny thing is they added Sebastian's response after the fact. So the first time, you're right, we heard that and they were saying, you know, I don't care if she said something like, I don't care what you're doing in there, but you need to get to sleep. Another time she said something more along those lines, right? And then she tells Nancy about the thud. And you know, when she says, what kind of noise is it? And Katie said, just a thud. And then they added in Sebastian's response that time and saying, you know, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And then she said, you need to go to sleep. And so the thud was supposedly at 10 p.m., according to what they told Nancy. Just very strange. Yeah, he's Terry. Yeah, he's Terry's son. Yeah, he's the middle of Terry's 3 with his first wife. So he had 3 children with his first wife, and then at some point meets Mama Sucks. Yeah. Well, and I would like to find a couple of better ones too, just to compare. Because I will tell you, the minute that I heard his height, I went straight and looked at this picture. This isn't the one.
We start with breaking news.
Oh, that is the one. Sorry, guys. I don't want that one. I must have deleted the wrong one. Oh, no, I still have it. Okay, so I went right to this one, and I realized that this man could have been a lot taller and looks a lot like it could have been that man when I looked at that picture. Not really the mugshot one that you see, because that one's a little bit further back, although you do see his hairline and it's very similar. But just again, I went back and checked this and I'm like, oh gosh, she wouldn't be having to crouch down. That would have just been maybe the top of her head, around his shoulder, something, over by his shoulder, something like that. And he also has more of an athletic build. So I'm not discounting it. I'm not saying that I completely believe it. You can't see me. I was trying to be good. I ran out of green tea, but I was like, I need some sugar and caffeine. But yeah, so it's just, now that I look at this, I think, okay, well, that could have been the placement of a much taller person to Katie, because Katie's not terribly short and she's not terribly tall. She's kind of like, around my height, I think, which I'm 5'6". And then I always remember Sebastian's 5'5" because he's an inch shorter than, was an inch shorter than me when he went missing, I should say, because we don't know. He might have did a growth spurt again, right? Because Katie was also saying that he had a growth spurt. Seth had just bought him some new boots, so, and we all know that have kids, one minute they're fitting their shoes, the next minute they're not fitting their shoes, so I always found that to be very believable as well. Oh, really, Detroit? There's pictures of him following the searchers the same time the yellow jacket guy was photographed following people in the beginning. I'm pretty sure it's on JLR's site. Yeah, that was part of the reason that I was so late today. I'll just say that. Yeah. I have to do some more digging, but I also know exactly what you're talking about. Because like I told you guys, I'm very much on this yellow jacket guy, and I really wasn't, and I'll say it wasn't on my radar. He wasn't on my radar, but now I don't know that he'll be off my radar anytime soon. Thank you, Aries. Yes, you can email me anything. Just send it to the Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives one. Don't send it to that other email that shall not be named. And Kaika says, so is Cruella the mother of Daniel to Stinky Socks? No. That is a middle son. So TB had a wife before, and they had Junior, right? To TB Junior, and then the middle one is DB, which is Daniel B, right? And then we have another person who I don't feel like mentioning just because I don't know kind of the dynamic. Now, it's been said through Julie's research. So Julie was researching. She's good at the genealogy. I do have access to an amazing genealogy that one of our friends has, worked very, very hard on. So that has been my frame of reference. But of course, I'm not going to plaster that up here because I'm trying to be respectful, because there's certain people that are probably not even involved in this at all. And then there's also people that have been involved in terrorizing Chris's exes in the past and things like that. And those, of course, are going to be people of interest, in my opinion. But no, Cruella is not, does not have any children in common other than stepchildren with TB. First, it was a noise. You can't see me. That's right. Yeah. First, it was, it's not uncommon. It was said on Smiley Stories World that it's, Smiley Stories World, that it's not uncommon for Sebastian to be kind of making some noises in his room every now and then. And of course, Katie said she did not go check on him, but she just kind of hollered to him, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to sleep. And so then, but she never said that Sebastian said, okay, yes, ma'am, or anything. You didn't get a response, but it wasn't until the thud, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am. And then she's like, get to sleep, kind of a thing. So, he never once corroborated that story KP told. Never once KJ Mack. No. And I agree with that too. And that's the thing. There's so many like loose ends, to everything. I believe it was a thud. I do believe it was a thud. Yes. I think she's telling on herself without knowing. I think she was so nervous that when Nancy said, well, what kind of noise was it? That it just blurted out of her mouth. I don't think that, I think that Katie has maybe I could call it like a personality trait, or maybe like a little bit of a character flaw, where she thinks that she is the smartest one in the room, or that she's smarter than some of the people that she's dealing with because of that manipulation factor that she has. And I don't know if that's something that she's always had, if it's new, if it's a defense mechanism, all of these things could be true, right? But either way, I think that she really thought that she was going to be able to handle the Nancy Grace interview, but she wasn't able to. I mean, even their whole demeanor was completely different than you see them in other interviews. When you see them with Holly Thompson, she's smiling, she's laughing, she's very comfortable. But when you saw her with Nancy, it was like, and you could hear her kind of popping something in the back. I don't know if it was like a compact or something. It could have been it could have been a coping skill where you tap, right? There's certain tapping things that can get you more regulated and more steady and calm, right? So there's a lot of things that could have been going on there, but I think she just blurted that out. You can't see me. I really do. I think it was more or less like she wasn't anticipating, because she kind of got away with the noise for a while there without people really saying much. And when people would say, well, did you go check on him? She would say things like, well, I didn't want to check on him because he was older and I didn't know what I'd be walking in on. I used to check on him when he was little, but typically I don't need to anymore. That sort of thing. Yeah, he's Terry's son. Yes, to my knowledge. And if you email me at AdamForever21, I can send you that picture if you'd like. I could even just send it to you. I was just kind of looking at it to see if I could find any kind of comparison to what I was seeing in the other photo. It's very hard though. The other photo is very difficult to see. And Lori says, I would like to know more where TB was at when, yeah, where he was at when all of this went down. Exactly, Lori. I would really like to know that too. And the reason is because it just doesn't seem like, it just doesn't seem right that it was only two people involved. I will say that. And also just the way that we've heard about Terry ever since I first heard the ex-coworker who was allegedly an ex-coworker, we did never see any proof of this. I will say that. But ever since I heard that story, it was very much like the other witnesses. There was a lot of similarities into it. And so I do find it credible and believable. At the same time, I can't really prove it. But just some of the things that were being said leads me to believe that he could have been directly involved, and he would have maybe been the one to involve first. Like, did Katie call Flying Monkey Mama Socks, or did she call the Papa Socks first? You know what I'm saying? Because he seems to be the one that is bragging about being able to pay people off and knowing people that would do bad things for money. I don't think there's a lot of us out there that would do something like that just for the money, you know. But then again, there's many people that would. And they have to be a pretty bad person, you know. And Detroit Rock City says there's some pretty good pictures of him in his truck, and he looks just like CP in my opinion. Very, very much alike. It's an uncanny resemblance for step siblings, I will say that. They're both kind of olive complected, both dark features. The height difference is what really got me, especially in the picture, if I'm to believe that that is another person standing behind him. That is really like why I raced over to look at it when I heard it on Justin, and I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe this is not CP, maybe this is DB. Yeah, made sure I was trying to get my initials right. And KJ Max says it could be the Minecraft effect, but I see a blocky man. Yeah. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris-esque. Well, and that's what somebody was saying the one day. They were like, it looks like a Lego man, you know, and I'm like, it kind of does, but in the same way, it totally looks like a face. And especially the reason why I love doing Limelight Girl is because she was doing more of a mission type of an enhancement on this purple, right? So you can really see, but either way, even in her coloration changing, what looks to be like somebody's face up here is purple. The face here in the middle, which is marked as Chris, is purple. The one that's marked as Katie, all alleged in my opinion, and also as a comparison for the sake of you know, scientific reasoning for hypothesizing, right? Disclaimer. Even the person who's labeled Katie here, whoever that is, if it is a person allegedly, from what I'm seeing in my perspective, purple. The black blanket always stays the same. The shirt color always stays the same. But when we're kind of changing up the coloration and things like that, it's interesting. Because there's certain things that just stay the same, you know? I know, I haven't seen Lime either, and I was making sure that nobody had blocked her, because that was another thing that they were doing that they thought was cute, these people. And I'm like, they're blocking people out. But every time I go look, she's not. But I was just thinking that too, because I have not seen her in here. See, Carla, I don't think he does. She says, well, does Yellow Jacket work at Texas Roadhouse? You don't see him working, don't see him ordering or eating food, just hanging, watching. Katie and Sebastian would love to know when he left. Well, I don't know that he ever came back to the restaurant. Excuse me. I'm not sure if he came back to the restaurant or not, but at one point he does leave the scene, and then you see the man with the black hoodie and the blue gloves, and he runs a bunch of food out, right? But he doesn't run it to the man or anything, because the man was standing on the corner, on the corner here of the camera view, like kind of right here where you could barely see him, right? And then the food runner's running food in that direction. So that must be where their curbside pickup or their, you know, their pickup area is. But he walks way too fast past that person for him to be giving him that food, in my opinion. So I don't know about Yellow Jacket. I don't think he works there. No, I think he was creeping around. And I definitely think that Sebastian's photo was on his phone, or a video of him, or both. Oh no, Lori, I'm so sorry. I hope he feels better. Poor little puppy dog. I know you have a little mini baby. Hey, Tina girl, good to see you. Oh gosh, we're just talking about thuds and alibis, suspicious cars, and And Detroit Rock City says it was a thud, but who caused the thud? Right, exactly. And also, I mean, typically, if you hear a noise in the bedroom, like even if it was a noise, say it wasn't a thud, but a thud is even more alarming, in my opinion. Like you would just run in there and check, right, really quick, like with again, without thinking about it. But it kind of shows what we're seeing in the Texas Roadhouse video, which is very disturbing to me, right? Because it shows a lack of care, a lack of wanting to make sure that Sebastian is okay. Same thing we see when Chris doesn't leave the job right away or even let people know that his son is missing. It's very strange. And I use his son very loosely, but I'm just saying how I would probably say it to my bosses, right? Like, if it was me, and of course I'm a woman and he's a man, but I would say I would say my son is missing, right? Hey, I have to go. Katie just called me. My son is missing, right? Um, and or if it was our daughter, a little girl, I would say our daughter is missing because in that moment, after being a step parent to Sebastian for 7 or 8 years at that point, um, I would think in a crisis panic state, you wouldn't have even think about a step relationship. You would just know that your kid is missing. It's so strange. So, again, I feel that way about the thud, the noise, anything like that. Because when Katie said that, she was like, well, I didn't know what he was doing in there. He is a teenage boy. It's like, it's called knocking. You knock on the door. Is everything okay, bud? You know, knock on the door, make sure it's okay. Hey, do you mind if I come in? But, we're expected to believe that they gave Sebastian that level of respect for one, privacy for another, or that much freedom. And I just don't see it in that household. There was way too much control and walking on eggshells for Sebastian, in my opinion. Um, I don't think it was anything where she would have knocked on the door. She might just go barging in there and not even care whether, um, to show that kind of respect. We don't see it in other areas, so why would we expect to see it there? But then she expects us to believe that it was there. That's what's really difficult with this case, is because we see it, we see all these different things that we're supposed to believe that don't make sense, in my opinion. Yeah, the analyst says just a thud just means compare to what? What is she comparing it to? Exactly. Yeah, in just a very nonchalant way too, expecting Nancy to believe it of all people. Just a thud. Just a thud. And Nancy's like, a thud? What? I thought there was only a noise in there. Now you're saying there's a thud? And, I'm sure Nancy's spidey senses are going off right then and being like, wait a minute. So it is. It's alarming to hear that drastic of a change from just a noise, like him messing around with things in his room. He does that sometimes. It's not uncommon to hear him, after I've asked him to go to bed, that he's doing things in his room, still messing around, things like that. And we're expected to believe that, but then, he gets in trouble for everything. It sounded like he got in trouble for sneezing. You know what I mean? It's just like every little thing he did, he was in trouble, in my opinion. You can't see me. I think a lot of it had to do with it being evidence in the case, and maybe it was something that they weren't comfortable putting out yet, is my opinion on things. Another theory was the hate channels getting a hold of it, but I don't think that is as plausible as maybe people getting their panties in a twist because they didn't want it out, and then they might have threatened to sue in some capacity. Nevertheless, it does. It's disappointing to me because I wish they would have taken that piece out and let Seth have his voice and let Sebastian's story be out there. So it's a little bit of a yeah, it's kind of, you know, if one thing is true, if one theory that I believe is true, then I can understand that, right? Law enforcement doesn't want it out. But I just don't understand why people are kind of allowing the hate channels to dictate what happens in this case. So I hope that's not I hope that's not what happened. But those are my speculations. And I hope that at least Seth's able to go out there and say what he needs to say. And what you know, Nancy said it the best, that Seth has always, from the beginning, been out there advocating and saying, all I want is my son back. It's the same thing over and over and over again. It's not changed, you know. Same thing with him being truthful and straightforward. He's not changed. And I think in a case like this, and as stressful of a situation as it is, and as messed up as things are going, in the way that people are acting so foolish, I do believe that staying consistent is one of the most difficult things out there because of how everything's gone. But I think that Seth has done a wonderful job of doing that and being like a rock for his son. I really believe that. And so I'm glad that that's continued and stayed consistent, because it's not easy to do in this case. It's very difficult for many, many reasons. And Carla says Chris was there guaranteed. That's why he won't say what he was doing Sunday. Well, and that's very possible, you know, and we know that he was talking about taking a couple days off of work, allegedly. Supposedly he left on Thursday. Excuse me, another channel said Chris takes a 8 to 9 shoe. Well, it's more accurate than the 14. I'll believe that. More accurate than the 14. I know, poor Lori, poor doggy. I hate when the dogs get sick because they can't tell you what's wrong. It's so sad. And Tina says, no way, he's a 14. You look like Bozo the Clown. And the analyst says, and she kept saying he wasn't making it seem otherwise. Yeah, well, and you know, it's just the strangest thing ever. It's just really, it's the strangest thing ever, because again, we're supposed to believe stuff that's not believable, that doesn't make sense, that when we think about it, the dots are not connecting to make a whole picture, right? And so it's just very confusing. And then you know, that's kind of why we're like drawing in another dot so we can connect it, right? Because we don't have, we just don't have it. It's just not there. That's a possibility. That would be interesting. But see, he's so much taller. You know, he's 5 inches. Wait, how tall is Chris? Is he 5'9"? Is he only 5'9"? Why was I thinking he was 5'11"? He is a shorty, isn't he? He's like a little. He's a shorty. So yeah, I mean, that would be hard. I think people would notice the height difference, but you know, like a woman size Tic Tac. Kaika, oh my goodness. You know, I don't know if he's into heel wear, and I hope not. That would make him even weirder. I don't think we need all of that in our lives at this point. I don't think we need that conclusion in our life. You know what I mean? The first one looks like he has a hat on. Yeah, it does kind of look like he has a hat, because it's kind of like cut off here, right? And I mean, you know, I guess mine would be like more rounded if or something. It's so tough to, it is hard. Well, and again, you know, the way that the shapes look to me is like people, you know, and that's what really caught my attention the second time I looked at the photo, 5 days after the first time I looked at it. Yeah, Aries thinks that he was home as well. And I mean, what would make most sense? Like, to me, I would, and maybe it's because I like being home. I am a homebody and I like to be around the people that I love. So if it was me and I was working on the road, I would get off on Thursday night or Friday, right? And the first thing I would do is hightail my ass home. And then I would sit my happy butt at home. And then I would get up early on Monday morning and I would drive into work straight from work. I would stay in my house in my own bed as long as I could. I really would. That's just how I would do it, especially if I had a child at home and a spouse at home, right? I mean, obviously it's not the same because we're different genders, but uh, nevertheless, your significant other, whatever you want to call it. But that's just me. But we find out that that wasn't the dynamic, right? We find out that Chris seems to have liked to come home on the weekends, and that they would get stuff done on the weekends. That was one of the accounts that we heard, but we also heard that things were on the rocks, and so maybe he wasn't coming home every weekend in that last month, or maybe even January. I'm assuming that everybody got together for Sebastian's birthday on a weekend. I don't think they would do that on a school night on a random weeknight. They possibly could have done that, but where was Chris then? How come he didn't go to Sebastian's birthday party? I mean, Mr. Hateful would probably ruin it. But no fear, Melly Socks was there and she did a great job of ruining it, in my opinion. Videotaping and bullying. Kaika says it's KP's tucking in behind CP's shoulder, slightly crouched, and otherwise it's CP and Daniel. See, and this is what I was thinking too, Kaika, is that she was crouched down a little bit. So when I did the height comparison between the two, they're not terribly different heights. It's kind of like right here, Katie's here and then Chris is up, right? But in that photo, it does look like the person is much taller than the other person, just in my opinion, just in my opinion. So it's just interesting. It's interesting to relook at it when you think, okay, well, look at the height ratio between this guy. Hey, Limelight Girl, good to see you. Oh, no, you're not annoying, girl. Never. Goodness sakes, we're glad to have you always. Yeah. Hey, Gigi, but you're always welcome to watch in the bushes. I do that a lot, guys, because I feel like rude if I pop into it. I feel your pain there, Limelight Girl, because I don't want to say anything if I don't think I'll be in the chat for long. So I just kind of, will watch from the bushes and just say, oh, wow, that's cool, or take a screenshot, or, talk to my TV like a little old man. I do that a lot. As if I'm watching the Super Bowl or something. And the bite marks on CP's arms. Yeah, that is disturbing. I mean, and they line up. That's the whole thing. They just line up. Yeah, and we all know that somebody went back to the house, and that's another thing that I just cannot get over. I just cannot get over it at all. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. Sorry, guys, I'm going back up here into the comments here. And Gigi says, Lady Freedom, look at the car that pulls up behind Katie's. No one gets out, sits there for a few minutes, and then pulls out and leaves. It looks like the same car that pulled him in his parked beside Texas Road. Is it Texas Roadhouse? Okay. Well, and see, also there was a mention of that white truck and that nobody was getting in or out of that one. But I did see a video where they got out of and it looked like they went into the back. Gosh, it was just a really busy night in a busy area. And see, I don't know if that's why they chose it. Because Texas Roadhouse is always packed. It's just always packed. The picture at the bar at the Texas Roadhouse looks like CP was sitting at the bar by Pink Sweater Girl, in my opinion. I did notice that. And I have a zoomed in picture. I have to find it. It's somewhere. But it's a zoomed in picture and it actually looks exactly like Chris. I mean, exactly spot on. Limelight girl. And Carla says nobody at work even knew he was married or had a stepson. He kept that secret, but they knew about Faith. Well, and that's what's weird, Carla, because I do believe both can be true. There could be some people that didn't know a thing about Katie or Katie and or Sebastian, and there could have been people that knew about them, and maybe he heard people saying that, and he had this guy say that he was aware. See, and I wouldn't put it past, because what they were doing that I did notice, and Yeda brought this up as well on BHB. She said that she had noticed that as people were coming out with information, that they were changing their stories in each interview as people were coming out with new information. And I believe that. And the reason why is because I can think of one example, there's several, but just off the top of my head, whenever whenever they were talking about the school and how Katie drove up to the school, she never added that in until I believe she found out about footage of her at the school and driving around the parking lot. And we know that there was in fact footage of that, because Chloe PI did tell us that there was actual footage. When she was asked by Trisha, hey, is there any footage of that? And she said, yes, there is. And that's how we know. But she never told us that to begin with. She never said it on Duchess in the first interview. She never said it. Holly Thompson never said it to Smiley. And then who else was before that? Duchess again. Caitlin Miller, right? Only Hands didn't mention it. But we did hear her say that in the Chronicles of Olivia video, that she drove she looked all around the house, got in her car, drove up to the school, and then she had to run back, drive back to the house. So that was something, that was a detail she added in because there was proof of it, right? And that's just my opinion. Limelight Girl says, I feel like, oh, no, sorry, I wrote that one already. The dent in the garage door. I know, and I need to find that picture too. I have it written down. I know I didn't grab as much information as I wanted to today, guys, but I promise I'm working on kind of some stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, never, ever annoying. Ever, 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 Miss Machete. You're right. Yeah, the analyst said she probably did go in. She's trying to look proper, in my opinion. Well, and that's the thing, a lot of those people don't look proper when you really track their movements throughout what's going on in the video, right? It's like, wait a minute, what are these people doing? Because I've never hung out at a restaurant, and maybe this is because of etiquette reasons, and because I used to be a server, bartender, and stuff like that, and I can kind of I've been in that position, but I would never just go and hang out at a restaurant if I wasn't intending on like buying a drink or eating or any things like that. So it's just weird that people just go in and out and use their bathroom and stuff like that. I just think that is so odd, because as many restaurants as I've ever worked at, that was never kind of a normal occurrence where people just come in there and use the bathroom and leave. Typically they come in, they have a drink at the bar, they might use the bathroom at that point. Or they'll come in, they'll order food, they'll have a Coke at the bar or something, while they're waiting for their food. And they'll take it to go, but I never, I'll always take pause as somebody just going into a restaurant randomly to use the bathroom, unless it's like a road stop or something like that, area where there's not a lot of options to, for bathroom. But, and Kaika says Carla ashamed of him, plus so it didn't cramp his pervy pickup and lifestyle. Well, and that's another thing, Kaika. I do believe that. I believe that he flirts with everybody. He can't help himself. He was flirting in court. Who does that? It's weird. Hey, Mitty, good to see you. And Nero V, good to see you, says, what mother doesn't check physically their child? with a condition that, yeah, a thud, yeah, the pocket of fluid on his head could kill him, or a thud to, yeah, exactly. And this could be a tragedy too, but why not call 911 in that situation? But doubt it. More so, you're thinking it's something more sinister. I do believe that too, and I hate to go that route, you know, but it just kind of makes me think so. It really does, in some aspects, you know, and I try to keep an open mind about it, but then sometimes my mind does go there, because it just doesn't seem right or normal. Well, good, Limelight Girl. You should feel special. We love having you here, girl. Yes, and no, and none of you guys, all of you guys have smart comments, and I appreciate all of your comments. You know, we're thinking, you know, we're thinking over here, trying to figure it out. And Neuro says something sinister happened, in my opinion. Ran out of characters, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, I just think that there was a few people involved in this. Um, it just makes sense to me that there is. You know, I'm not sure, Adam Forever 21, what car he was working on. I know it was something about changing the serpentine belt, which doesn't take terribly long, right? Now, that might be on the older vehicles too, because I remember having to get a new one, and somebody installed it for me, and it wasn't like a whole long process. And I just went to somebody, you know, and I will say this, guys, just because there are rules that prohibit certain activities, that doesn't mean that people aren't going to still try and do those activities, right? So if they say you can't work on the car, that doesn't mean that people aren't going to still try to work on the car and hope they don't get caught, right? So with that being said, he could have very well helped with the serpentine belt and got it changed up before anybody really could noticed or reported it, right? It's like any other campground that you go to. There's cameras around, but it's not like there's cameras everywhere. It's not like a whole police state that you're dealing with, right? It's nature. You're supposed to be out there camping. I always found it weird that he didn't ever bring Sebastian out into the camper and Katie, and that they never went and met him down in Memphis and did anything fun down there or anything like that. Because again, you know, and speaking from you know, a wife or a mother perspective, I would think that she would do kind of maybe the same thing. Get off of work on Friday, head down with Sebastian, go find some fun places to fish. Yogi Bear Campground is very family friendly, right? But we don't see that ever. We just didn't see that type of dynamic. Only when they were first together, we saw that. That's the only time before the mask fell, in my opinion, you know? Yes, I did get some sun. I did. And then I forgot to take my sunglasses off at a certain point. So I got a little bit of a raccoon going. Yes, ma'am, Mitty, I did though. And maybe, just maybe, once arrests are made, Nancy. Yeah, I think so. See, that is my theory. I was just like, take it out though. Take my video out, or whatever you got to take out. Just still show it though. So I have mixed emotions. I'm like, just show it. But you know, there's probably something more with it. Well, of course, Limelight Girl, we love you. We love you. And well, that's okay. My brain doesn't do the adequate spell check, Detroit. And Carla says, why don't Ellie want anything out? Why have they not put them in jail for abuse for lying? There's no excuse for it. They're still protecting Proudfoot's dog. We need to push them, yeah, to put them in jail. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it has to do with making sure that they have an overwhelming amount of evidence to work with. And I'm really hoping that I'm right on that one. That's the one time where I'll be like, oh, I'm glad I was right on that, you know, because there's certain things that I really don't want to be right on. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes the spell correct knows. Yeah, they do. for some reason. Sometimes it works out good for me, sometimes not. And Detroit says, yes, lady looks very tan. I was thinking the same thing. One day out there, guys, and I forgot I didn't put my sunblock on because it was overcast, and then before I knew it, I was like, oh, my face is hot, and it's like getting a little bit, you know, how you can kind of feel the burn and stuff. And Gigi says, Carla, it's been my experience that when they don't put it out there, LE is holding it close to the vest, which means it's part of the investigation. Yes, I believe that, Gigi. I really do. And that's what keeps my faith going, you know, really strong with that, because, you know, it's just one of those things. It's very, it's very likely. And I do believe that that is what's happening. I really do. Starflower, good to see you. Size 9. Gigi says Ellie's, I knew what you meant, Gigi. Yes, I knew what you meant. And I almost said it like Ellie, but then I was like, L-E. Oompa Loompa. Well, I noticed it too late, Detroit, so I was like, when I was looking in the mirror, I was like, uh-oh, there was my sunglasses line. And I had to go get my I had to go get my my sunglasses changed over because I had this other pair that was like really, really bad, and it was really scratched up, so I was like, I need a new pair of these, but I'll wear them until like they're, you know, no good anymore. Nero says it's the 5th CPS case is key. There was more alleged abuse, but who struck the thud is questionable, but if KK knew, that's an offense in itself, in my opinion. Well, and you know, like Jake Hoff was saying, that sometimes people will put a bit of truth in there in case the person is found with that particular injury. It can be explained later. So it's almost like a CYA, you know, cover your behind, your backside, which seems very believable as well to me too. Poopity poop. And Carla says, Gigi, most other cases I may believe that when you got a cop having 30-minute breaks with Terry Bauer socks 3 times a week and laughing it up before Sebastian went missing, that screams corrupt, you know, and I can't discount that, you know. And again, I did find Matt's story to be believable. The one that was alleged to be ex-coworker of TB. Exactly. Well, it's funny too, guys, when we don't have one of our favorite personalities in here, it does make it dull, doesn't it? You know, we miss you guys. That's why we have a great community over here. I love being able to talk with all you guys, and you guys make me laugh, you know, because it's a frustrating subject. It really is. And Tina Girl says, I think Melissa did a great job of picking on Sebastian. She, you know, I was so surprised. Like, I didn't realize who the camera person was at first. And then I watched the video again and I realized that he was mouthing Aunt Melissa. And I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. Like, what? You know, and then I rewound it looking again. Oh, he is saying Aunt Melissa. And he's not saying it in a, you know, oh, Aunt Melissa, quit being so silly, you know, because, you know, that's another thing that we found out from Seth, that Sebastian has a very funny personality. We noticed it in the green tea video, in my opinion, but my favorite story was when Seth said that he would ask the school resource officer how many tickets he was going to hand out that day. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I laughed out loud about that one for a while. I mean, you know, it was like a week later and I'm like, you know, how many tickets are you gonna, you know, pass out today? Like, that is so hilarious. And, you know, I don't know. I don't even know. I'd hate to be the school resource officer that was missing out on that every day. Yeah, he was. I agree. He liked to kind of play it off, and see, that's why I think that he probably did tell some people. My opinion of what Chris was doing, and maybe this was something that he had learned from Mr. Socks, was that he was smearing Katie, right? Because for one, she's not there to defend herself, right? He's not just saying things like, look, we're having a lot of issues right now, boss. And, like I said, say he was pulled aside for performance or something like that. I can see him maybe being like, hey, things are not going great at home. There's some things going on, and that's why, I'm kind of lagging at work. And Katie and I were up fighting last night, because when things are going wrong like that, that is a typical thing, right? We were up late fighting. We had a disagreement, and blah blah blah. Something was happened. Sorry, I'm not all the way here. Or he might say something to the effect of, Sebastian's getting older, and with that's coming new sets of challenges. He didn't say that. He was like bashing Katie and being like, I'm just going to leave her, and, I'm going to do me for a while, and, all of this craziness. And it's like, he's blaming her, right? He's not saying, this working on the road is really taking its toll on my relationship with my wife. Sebastian's getting older. There's some things that, it wasn't a normal conversation that you would think that you would have with a boss, or the reason why a boss might inquire about something like that. Like I said, something with performance or something like that. I know, on his birthday of all days, Tina. I mean, that's what kills me. It's like, why? What is the point, And she doesn't stop, and he's asking her, like, he's like doing it, like, don't stop. And she just keeps on going. And then on top of it, like, later on, when he's trying to just strategize with one of his teammates, which is very normal and nothing wrong with it, she scolds him. And it's like, but he's not doing anything. And he didn't say it in a bossy way. He was saying it in a helpful, kind of strategizing way, which we find out later that Sebastian is used to playing social games like that, right? And strategizing with a group. And for her to, you know, and she laughs at him too, because when he goes to put his peg in, they're playing that game with all the pegs in the wall, and excuse me, not his peg in, but when he goes to put the disc down in there, that kind of drops through the pegs, and then into one of the slots in the bottom. She laughed at him because when he put it down in there, it didn't go first, and he had to kind of push it again. And like, what is funny? Like, to me, that is so mean and like mean spirited, like something like, haha, you messed up, haha, you jerk. Like, she should be ashamed of herself. Like, she just should be ashamed of herself. And I don't like shaming people. I don't think it really helps the situation, but come on, that's crazy. On his birthday, and to do that, and then he's clearly trying to tell his mom like why he's upset. And here's Melissa filming him, like, that would have made me mad. Like, I would have been, I don't know. I couldn't have handled, I wouldn't have survived in that situation. I just wouldn't have. I would have, been the hated one like Nina. And Gigi says, I think he didn't come home because he was avoiding CPS because I'm sure they wanted to talk to him again. I can see that. I can definitely see that. And, I think that's another reason why they might have allowed Sebastian to stay in the house, because Chris was gone. And that he probably said, I work over the road. It's not going to be that big of an issue. I'm not even home. We're taking a break, blah, blah, blah. We don't know what was said. I just wish that they would have, you know, and I understand, and I'm not trying to bash, anybody, law enforcement, CPS, anything, but contact the father. That was where they went wrong. They never contacted Seth. And I believe that there needs to be accountability for that, which I understand someone was fired, to my knowledge. But I don't think that's good enough. I really don't. There needs to be some changes made, that when there's two parents, I don't care if the other parent's married, because I know they love to, gravitate towards the ones that, are married for some reason or that have a two-parent household. Tell the one-parent household too, because guess what? That's also a parent that needs to know, in my opinion. And Neuro says, Clown Feet was ordered by CPS to stay away from the home with the fifth CPS assessment, in my opinion. And then also probably considering a lot of the counseling sessions too, which we don't exactly know what was in those, but we can kind of take a little bit of a assumptive approach when we come to that, especially with some of the things that Seth has kind of let us know on it in the most recent live that he did, that there were just a lot in there that was going on, that in Sebastian's own words, that was not good. That was a lot of sessions. To have, in my opinion, to still not have any type of a solution, other than giving Sebastian a voice and a way to express himself and to work through his feelings in a positive, therapeutic way. Hopefully that was happening. But the problem is when there's only one person working on something and there's many people involved, or even working on themselves and there's many people involved, there's not going to be a whole lot of progress made, because it's not only just about Sebastian and how he feels and what he was going through, and his actions, right? But it also has a lot to do with the parents in the situation, who, one, have control over the situation, two, it's their household, so they should be the ones that are setting good examples, trying to do the best that they can, looking introspectively and saying, what can I do to help my child? What can I do to help my spouse? That wasn't happening. It was always, oh, well, it's Sebastian's problem, so send him to counseling. Well, their asses should have been in counseling too, in my opinion. Because if they're not in counseling and they're not changing themselves, then the dynamic in the family is never going to change. It's never going to change if it's only one-sided. And a lot of us that have been through abusive relationships, or even a situation where it's just not working anymore and you're getting divorced, right? Because it doesn't always have to be so extreme. But if one person's only working on themselves and trying to do better, and the other person's not doing anything, it's never going to get better, right? Because it's then it turns into a one-sided relationship, and it's just never going to get better, So I agree. He was probably ordered to stay away, but then again, maybe that wasn't the only problem in the household. And we're recognizing that a little bit more and more as we're hearing about kind of how Katie changes or reacts when she's had too much to drink, which is scary. Well, I'm glad that you decided to chat tonight. Yeah, I was worried about you because people have just been coming up ever since this photo. People just come up blocked all of a sudden, and there's mayhem and mystery and madness in here, and I'm like, I hope she didn't get blocked. Let me double check. But I was double checking because I didn't, and I hate that, because I don't want anybody to feel bad. Nobody ever says anything horrible in here, and if something's said, we take it off, and we say, hey, say it differently, please. And like I said the other night, I would really appreciate it if we just leave it at foul play and we don't go too far into details into what we think happened, because I just don't think that that's well, for one, and maybe I'm too sensitive, but I just don't like listening to like the gruesome details of speculation. I think foul play, we can all kind of surmise that something bad happened. Then, met foul play, and we always got to be careful and say, in my opinion, and of course, allegedly always. Gigi says, I'm always working, so I'm usually in the bushes watching. Gigi, I'm so glad you joined us for work while you're working though too. Yes, I was. I was smoking. You guys help me a lot though, because like I don't smoke as much when I'm on the live because I don't do it on camera, you know, and I'm not trying to be a bad influence. It's terrible. It's the worst habit ever. Um, and I've tried to do the E stuff. I've tried the patch. I don't know if anybody's ever tried the patch, but it gives you like really weird dreams, just so you know. And for somebody who already has weird dreams, it's when they get even weirder, it's just not a good fit. I was like, oh boy. But yes, I was smoking. And Gigi Gigi says yes, the white truck pulled up, and when they left and it looked like CB's car. Well, see, I know, and that gray car, it was like, oh boy, you know, right when I saw that again, and she's like, here's the second time it comes by, and I'm like, oh wow, you know. Bye, I got changed. Good to have you in here. Just thought it would be fun to call you out, bad girl, as I vape. I wish I could vape. I can never find the ones or one that I like. And that sounds horrible. I'm like, I like the way nasty cigarette tastes. But it is I wish I could change over to vaping. I've tried to too, and then it just makes me want a cigarette, and then I'm vaping and smoking, and I'm like, this can't be good. This can't be good. But since I've moved to Florida, I've been trying to cut back a lot too, because I will like go swim and stuff, and that helps a lot too. Because then I remember like I get short of breath easily, and I don't like that. Because I used to be able to hold my breath for like a really long time, and it was just easier to breathe and stuff. So I try to keep that in mind. And as I get older, I'm like, you're not getting any younger, and you're you know, your body's getting older too, so it's going to be harder on it. But I wish I could vape. If I could find a nasty cigarette flavor, I'd be I'd be all in. That's terrible. They're probably gonna clip that one. Neuro V says it's the same car as Texas Roadhouse at 3 a.m. in my opinion. Sent Chris Mob Crew the pic, all premeditated by someone in my opinion. Yeah, we're gonna play it tomorrow. I meant to put it in tonight, but it was just like I got sidetracked, but it was a good conversation that really needed to happen in my opinion. And so it put things into perspective for me, and it's just kind of helping me understand more aspects of the case. And then also we're going to do a really great collaboration I'm excited for. So I have a lot of things I'm working on behind the scenes. I do, Aries. I hide myself. I hide myself when I smoke. I do. Because I don't want to just be sitting up here like, hey guys, you know. But I'm sure you can hear me and like hear me light it. And then too, I'll be sitting here talking, and then I won't, you know, it'll go out on me, so I have to relight it and stuff. It's bad. It's just a bad habit. But it helps me when I'm up here because I'm more mindful of how much I'm doing it. You know, I'm not going out every 5 minutes. Miss Bichette says KP looks like she's holding something up with her hand in that pic. Her hand is palm up, like she's holding something up. I don't think that's a white shirt. I think it's something in front of him. Well, I was thinking too that it could be like her hand over his shoulder. And see, that's where I get hung up, as if, what am I really seeing here? You know, because it is hard. And I will say that, you know, it's not like I'm 100% with what I'm even seeing either. But it almost looks like her hand is on the shoulder, or maybe it is. But the reason why I think it looks like something is because it's the same colors as all the others, you know. Some things are just staying consistent. Oh, that's so cute, Detroit. You guys are so cute. Limelight Girl says I got no room to talk. But I do think vaping is better. I do think it's better though, Limelight Girl, because I think it is better just because it's not like all of the carcinogens and stuff like that. Can see skin color, arms, and a shorter person. It does look like a shorter person in my opinion. And now that guy looks a lot taller to me, or taller in my opinion than he did. Like just double checking now that I'm looking, I'm like, well, if she's not crouching, it could just be her walking directly behind him, and even maybe hand on the shoulder to guide, because it's dark, like it's super dark, right? So that's what I'm thinking, possibly. So sweet, you guys. And Adam Forever 21 says Law has to be spot on with this car, I bet. Just the pictures we see that got better, I bet. And hope they are digging deep. I hope so. I hope so, and I hope they're taking everything that even if it's something from us, right? Even if it's from the YouTubers, I hope they take it seriously because, you know, again, and I know I'm probably beating a dead horse with this, but I'm saying the Red, White, and Bethune, those YouTubers were like the nomad community, which is another subculture of YouTube, kind of like our true crime community. And they were the ones that helped locate Gabby Petito's van and show where she was. So, I mean, for them to act like we're complete morons just because we're the general public is, it's offensive. It's offensive in a way, but it's also kind of like, you know, um, I think it's a missed opportunity, I guess. So I hope everything that we send them, they're still looking at it, even if they're like, oh, these dumbass YouTubers, you know, but at least if they're, you know. And Mitty says, remember Nina said CP told her KP was a lesbian and oh yes. I don't think CP married for love the 5th time. We hear they are swingers and I think they each date other people. Yeah, Mitty, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I think they have an open type of situation, and I think it was more like, you know, maybe Katie was like the fun girl. I mean, and you know, and we see it, and we are all like this, right? We're complex creatures, right? Human beings just are. So there might be a fun and very free-spirited side to Katie, that, you know, it was very attractive to Chris, and there could have been that, you know, again, a free-spirited kind of thing. We know that they like to do the Harleys and stuff like that, and I'm not saying that people who like Harleys are swingers or they're into anything in particular, but it seems like that was like kind of a common ground between them. And so maybe that was something that, you know, was agreed upon. And that does make sense to me. Yeah, because I don't think she doesn't seem bothered when she hears those things. Although, you know, she said something on Queen Bee. Chris said that he's going to start a YouTube channel called Banger Swanger or something nasty. And Katie was like, no, you're not. And that was all she said to him. It wasn't like, you know, you guys might have heard somebody get slapped. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, typically a woman, will see that as disrespectful and like, how could you say that? And don't say that when we're talking about our child who's missing, or at the very least my child who's missing. She just was like, oh, Chris, you know what I mean? Like, not cute, Chris, not cute at all. And that's why people don't like you. You know. And or excuse me, Starflower says just CP and KP's behavior is enough to make us question them. Exactly, exactly. And I had to echo that when Silvers was kind of saying that a couple of times throughout his video. It's like, it's true. There's just certain things that you're doing that is just rubbing everybody the wrong way. And then again, and someone said it earlier, which they're probably very right, that, you know, they know that, and it's kind of an antagonistic approach that they're using, you know. And you can't see me says my husband will be so happy when this case is solved. Yeah, and you know, I think all of us will be. I think everybody wants it solved. And like I was saying earlier today, I know that, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are just mean to be mean and crazy to be crazy. And some of them can't help they're crazy. They're just a lunatic. But in the same way, you know, and have legitimate mental illness and stuff like that. But in the same way, I think there's a lot of people that if we kind of, you know, dug a little bit deeper, then we'd find that their intentions aren't as bad as we think that they are, right? There's just a lot of creators out there that have very good intentions. Some of them are doing a great job. Other ones are, in my opinion, impeding the investigation. And it's very frustrating. It just is. Or they don't want people talking. They just don't want to hear us talking about it. And as much as we do, that's who's getting targeted, you know. But it's not going to stop me because I've dealt with toxic people, and I think we all will be. I feel stuck, can't move it on without his story, being told. And that's how I feel too. I really do. And I feel like I don't ever want to, let Sebastian down. I don't want him to ever feel like people ever gave up on looking for him, because one of these days I hope he knows how special and how loved and how great and how everybody fought for him. That's what I want. I want him to know that one day. I want him to know that he captured our hearts and that nobody forgot about him. We're not going to. Yeah, good to have you in here, Neuro. Always. Thank you for being here. And you can't see me, says Mitty. This is my first true crime deep dive 13 months later. It's yeah. It's had everything. Well, I just always think that without a little bit of pressure, you don't get the diamond, right? And so I think that even though there's been a lot of good and bad, I think it's always good to always remember and be grateful for the good things, you know what I mean? And not dwell on the bad things. But I know it's hard, and that's not to say that I'm not one of those people that's like, let's be positive when there's nothing to be positive about, right? You got to be a realist, and you got to realize that this is not a good situation that we're in, right? Too far, too long, too little information, too much bullshit, a big old circus created by Mr. Mullet. And it's frustrating. And Katie's in the middle of that too. I'm not just blaming Mullet Man. And Adam Forever 21 says exactly why not a family going at camp. Yeah, camping, great point. Yeah, and I mean, I understand that like Sebastian doesn't like to be dirty, doesn't like bugs, but when you stay in a nice fifth wheel like what they have, it's not quite the same as, old-fashioned camping, in a sleeping bag, or, it's not like you just have like a campfire in a sleeping bag, it's not like that. It's very it's very comfortable, it's and it would be a nice transition for him, especially when he likes to go fishing, and they could go out and search for pine cones, or make it fun for him, for crying out loud. Do something fun with him and make it about him. Chris and Katie are very selfish in my opinion, and I don't want to be mean when I say that. I'm not like calling them a name or anything. I'm just observing like what we see, and how you typically don't see that with children who have special needs. Their parents recognize that their whole world is that child, and that's how a lot of us parents feel. I don't know. It's just weird. It's all weird. Every morning, Mitty, I do the same thing. Sebastian Rogers search. And I just hope that, and I'm sure all of you do the same thing too. You just hope that Sebastian's been found. You know what I mean? I don't know. And another thing that I always hope for too is that I get a text or a call from Jana and tells me that, hey, Crystal's case is going to get reopened. You know what I mean? A lot of times I think kind of when we first hear about a true crime case, we really don't ever know where it's going to take us, right? Because it might just start out like by seeing a cute little kid that's went missing, like Elijah Vu would have been one. Josh McCoy was another little boy that we talked about when I first started going live. And it's just that little thing that captures, your heart, and you don't realize like where it's going to take you. For little Joshy, it was unfortunate. He passed away, and he was found not terribly far from his mother's residence. The house was in horrible horrible disarray. He was nonverbal autistic, and he was going to turn 6 years old. And that was up in Idaho. But they were able to recover him, and he, luckily, his father, again, we see a mother in disarray, a father who was doing the right thing, or trying to, and he was able to get some sort of closure, although his heart will never be the same, no doubt in my mind. But it's just one of those things where you just don't know what's going to happen, and here we are. And really, I don't think that even if somebody told me it was going to get crazier and crazier as we went along with the Foot Clan, causing issues, the people that they involved in the case, and I'm not going to name any names, but I think we can probably, like, process of elimination. The people they've enlisted for help, not the best bunch, in my opinion. Yeah, and and the thing is that Katie said early on to, I don't want Sebastian's face to fall to the bottom of a feed somewhere, but it's really strange that they haven't made any effort for that not to happen. I don't know. Yes, we are Limelight Girl. We're also committed to this. It's a beautiful thing, but very draining and maddening at times. And I agree with that too. It is such a beautiful thing. And I think I am very proud of the way people have handled it in most aspects. Like, that's why I like to talk good people up, like Justin. When I talk up Chris from Mob Crew, he does an amazing job, and he also does like a really great job of doing like just cool intros and things like that for his videos and his lives and things like that. Just from one creator to another, those things take time, and it takes like a piece of your heart, to put into it. And so I think that is the most beautiful thing. And then also all of you so invested every night wanting to come in and talk about these things. And even though we might be picking apart the same things, or maybe it might seem a little bit repetitious, but I really do believe that, like, every time we look at a piece of information, and even if we take a step back and then look at it again, we're bound to find something a little bit different than we saw the first time. And so that's why I think it is necessary. Because I know somebody said something like, you guys will beat a dead horse or something, and I was like, well, I understand that, but you'd be surprised, kind of the things that you can see if you keep looking. And the Texas Roadhouse video is one that's proved to be, in my opinion, very telling. So, oh, that's right, guys. I wanted to, hold on one second. Let me see if I can't. Is it this one? Yes. Okay. I think I didn't download this one, or I skipped it for some reason. So let me play this really quick for you guys.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband and I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so
Yes,
you were not home?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude Project. So it's, you know, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, it was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
Not only did he not report him missing, when I was told...
Right, Cassie. She was so distraught she couldn't call 911, but she could drive her mid-sized SUV, and she could talk to the neighbors. Got it.
That he was relieved. I asked the question this. I said this. So he probably said, you know, like, stepson's missing. Oh, no. We had no clue his stepson was missing. I said, what? You mean to tell me this guy's working 4.5 hours and he hasn't told anybody? No.
That's weird as shit.
We didn't learn this till after he was gone. We didn't learn this until after he was gone from the job site.
Night, Craig.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on?
Yes,
I think we've been asking this question since day one, day two, September 26th, February 26th, February 27th. And now the questions just flowing even more as we're learning this information. So let's recap. Let's recap like this. Let's follow a timeline. Katie calls Chris, can't find him. Okay? These are what they're telling us. Can't find him. Let's call the sheriff's department. Why, Katie? Why, Chris, you didn't call 911? 911.
Be safe.
911.
Get in the bathtub if it gets bad.
3
or
numbers.
A basement or something.
Boom. I'm going to ask a question. Was it because 911 is recorded?
Praying, honey.
Allegedly, in my opinion, that's why you didn't call 911. So they report him missing. Kristen gets off the phone with Katie and not get in his truck and head east to be by her side to look for his stepson. He started working. Tells us had no one to relieve him. Now we know there was at least one there to relieve him, if not two. And that he didn't stop working at 11 on his own. He was relieved. He was pulled off the job because focus was off, unlike other days.
If it was 11 o'clock, how was he there 12:30, 2.5 hours later? Focus was off.
His behavior was off.
Wonder why.
He's a sharp guy. Let's go back. I keep going back to this. He has to be a sharp guy to operate these. But on this day, the day this boy went missing, his stepson, focus was off. What else? Do not trust him. These are people working with him. Who knows you better than really two people? Your spouse or your coworker, right? There's those jokes. She's my wife work. He's my wife husband, right? We spend the most time with the people we work with and the people we live with. Roommates, family, spouse, coworkers.
Yeah, I like Silvers too, Adam Forever 21. Hey, Forrest, good to see you, and Deborah, and Momming It Up. Good to see you, Momming It Up. I love you so much. You're so awesome. And you know, I like what Silver said, and I used to say that a lot too. When because I never had like a work husband or anything like that, or a work wife. But I know what he's saying, and I used to say that a lot too, because especially like some of us that maybe would work more than the 40 hours, even in real estate and things like that. I'd be like, I spend so much time with my coworkers. It's just one of those things where you want a good work environment, because that is where you spend the most time, maybe even more time than at home, mostly, right? Because when you're at home, um, you're sleeping as much as you work, right? And so the other couple of hours that you have, you're probably spending less time with your family than you really think, if you think of it in the grand scheme of things. And so, something really important to remember. And then also, um, the fact that nobody was alerted. There was just a lot in there, and I don't know why I didn't click on it. I think I had it out of order or something. So I apologize. But again, we hear Chris saying that he was up in the crane, that he had both ears, earbuds in, and he's listening to Katie on one, operating with the other. um it's all just kind of lies that upon lies that we kind of catch him up in. um And you guys, I've been up here for 4.5 hours, so I do want to hop down, but I'm going to continue to work on some things behind the scenes before I go to bed. I know I won't go to bed right away, but I also want to make sure that we get that call in with the lab tomorrow, or excuse me, Chloe and Chris, because I did want to point out that little brief little nugget, and then also I wanted to go right into the mysterious car in the neighborhood, and kind of what Chris from the mob crew is kind of what his thought process is on it, because it definitely makes a lot of sense to me, and it's very well said. Yeah, Carla, and that is so true. Detroit Rock City. It's like, what is going on with all of these people, um, you know, hurting their kids? And like I said before, I don't know if it's something that we just hear more about because we're more connected through the technology, or if it's just something that I don't know. Maybe it's just happening more often. So, it did go by quick, little Miss Sharon. Every time I get up here, it's like I look over, I'm like, oh my gosh. And plus I'm gonna have it's gonna get a little bit louder in here, not as much quiet and everything like that. It's so good to see you, Mitty, too, and momming it up. Thank you guys all for being here. Little Miss Sharon, Detroit Rock City, Tony, Limelight Girl, Tina Girl, our Miss Machete. Um, and of course, we wanted to thank Seth for stopping in and saying hello. Um, Such a sweetheart. And and guys, I think that'd be one good thing that we do before um we leave today, is just make sure that we're all praying that Sebastian and Seth get to go to the pool again together, because that really warmed my heart to think of that. And I just remember um always kind of feeling connected to Sebastian. A few other reasons, we're both Sagittarius, and both love the water and things like that. And I really want to encourage us all to pray that he's able to do that again, because gosh, that's just the way it should be. That's just how it needs to be. We need to find him. We need to bring him home. um and I think it would just be a horrible injustice if that didn't happen. Yeah, Sagittarius too, water. Yes. Um, and everybody says we're free spirited and things like that. I see that in Sebastian. He likes to joke around. He's so silly. And like I said, he made me laugh so hard with the school resource officer. I just love that. And um, oh, same birthday too, little Miss Sharon. I didn't know that. Aw, good night, Limelight Girl. You're a lovely girl. You're a lovely girl. And yes, always big prayers for Seth. Always, always. Oh, Miss Machete, December 5th. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. That is so amazing. I love that. Well, see, you guys are going to be easy to remember the birthdays then, because December people, I'm always hard with other birthdays. Um, Oh, the 5th, the 5th, the 5th. Yes. So, Sebastian is the 7th. Yes, yes. Um, yeah, that's a couple days away. Yeah. Oh, Vanna. Okay. Oh my goodness, we got all kinds of December birthdays. My goodness. Oh, sister, Detroit Rock City sister. Yeah, see, so you guys know about dealing with the Sagittarius. We can be a little, a little off the wall. But no, free spirited, but also fun. You know what I mean? Aw. She's turning 6. Oh my goodness, Tina girl, how cute. Oh, oh my goodness. I wish for the same thing. Oh, how sweet. Well, I hope she has the best birthday ever. Aw. It's sad though, if you give me a bow and arrow, I can barely like pull it back. It's really bad. I missed that day in Sagittarius class. Um, I'll break the chain, Aquarius. Yay! I love water signs. My daughter's a water sign. See? Um, yes. She's my favorite, Detroit Rock City. Aw. The kind of the king of the jungle. Oh, Leo. See, that was my mom, Tony. That was my mom. And a dragon. That's right. We use our brains constantly. They're always going with something, that's the scary part. Aw. Oh, December 22nd, Starflower. Aw, that's great. I can't believe how many December people we have. We are very free spirits. It's so bad. Oh gosh. And stubborn. That's another one that's always a fun one, right? Stubborn too. On top of free spirited. That kind of goes together. Oh, Scorpio, Mitty, that's good though. Scorpio's good. That's my friend's wife is a Scorpio and she's so sweet. She's my favorite. Um, I just love her because she's so silly. And good to my friend. That's the most important thing there. Um, and they have the cutest little granddaughter, just adorable. There's a lion in here. Yes, gotta love the Leos, right? Gotta love the Leos. Yeah, see, that's my daughter, Starflower. That's my daughter. Um, they're sensitive. They're, very highly sensitive, intuitive. Cancer is, in my opinion. Horsey girl, I love the sad Cancer. Oh, there you go, little Miss Sharon. There you go. There you go. We have the best debate. She's hard nut to crack. People tell me that all the time. Do you know you're hard-headed? I'm like, oh no, I didn't know that. Yes, I did. Oh, okay, November Scorpio. There you go. There you go. Um, yeah, Miss Machete, a true African lion. I love that. December 1st is my birthday. I'm on the 1st. Forest, so yeah. And Limelight Girl says, my dad and I are both presidential babies. I am Abraham Lincoln, February 12th, and my dad is G. Washington. Oh, cool. Oh my goodness. February 22nd. Okay. Oh, wow. So double Februaries. Aw. See, my daughter was supposed to be born later in the month, but she wasn't. She was born early. I told everybody, they're like, that's not going to happen with your first kid. And I'm like, it sure is, because I'm going to need it to. Summertime though, like being pregnant in the summertime, golly. Um, we do need caffeine always. I drink like 4 cups of coffee before I came up here too, so that's always bad for sleeping later. Yeah. Oh, thanks, momming it up. That's right. Happy birthday. I need to get you guys a birthday song. I keep saying that and I haven't made one yet. Yes, funny and hard-headed analyst. Oh man. I've been called tenacious my entire life. You know, one time I was on a job interview and they asked that question. They're like, "What's one word to describe you?" And like, I hate those questions, right? I don't know anybody that likes them. And if they do, that's good. But mm-mm. And so I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. And I said tenacious, and then I was thinking tenacious D for some reason. I was like, oh, this is bad. You know, don't elaborate. And then I just sat there and like looking for their response, like, was that good? Or have you ever heard that one before? um, but it's true though, you know, I do have that tenacity, which could be good or bad. Um, okay, yeah, the Capricorn, yep, that was my dad was a Capricorn. He passed away though. And Tina says, "Aw, thanks, momming it up. I hope your little one feels better soon." Yes, yes. Momming it up is a great mom. She is awesome. And Born a Honey says, "My daughter turned 34. Oh, really? Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to your daughter, Born a Honey. And 56 on the 29th. Oh, wow. Well, great. Yeah, and a good friend of mine is a Pisces, so we have the Pisces and Scorpio together. So, but they make the best couple. I don't know. They're just perfect. An Elvis baby, Detroit Rock City. That is so cute. That is so. I have a tie that is like an Elvis tie because there was a bar that I worked at and we would do like we'd have blues night, and so we would have like all the girls would wear like a white shirt and a tie. And one night I went into the gas station and the guy was wearing a tie and I was like, "Oh, I love your tie." It had Elvis on it and it was like a black and white one, you know, with the picture. And he's like, "Oh, I really don't like this tie that much." And he's like, "I kind of like yours better." I was like, "You want to trade?" And we sure did trade. And so I don't wear it, of course, because I don't have a reason to. And that was a long, long time ago. But I love my Elvis tie because it's very cool. And hey, Lori, pot of coffee, Adam Forever 21. It'll keep us going. If I do the double shot, I'm like, bing. But I could also, I could do the shots on the Keurig. So you know, it just pours like the 4 ounces and make a latte, you know, and um, she decided to pop out and say hi. She sure did. She sure did. And I'm glad she did. I am very glad. You know, now that I'm older and stuff and she's older, it's like I don't want to start over. I'm waiting for grandbabies, um but I'll tell you, um she's just an awesome, awesome, awesome kid. Very hardworking and stuff like that. Aw. Oh, you guys, thanks for the birthday wishes for everyone. Yes, I love oldies too. Well, and see, that's what we would have at oldies night and stuff like that. We had like all the different nights and stuff like that. So we would do the dressing up and stuff, and it was really, really fun. But I couldn't believe he wanted to trade me. Like I just had like a regular, I think it was like a solid one, or maybe it had like stripes or something. And he's like, "I don't really even like this tie." And like he was a younger guy, but they had to wear them there too. And I was like, "I will trade you." I was so excited. It was like, you know, made my whole week. Um, yeah, Adam Forever 21, blues night and piano bars in Michigan are the best. Yeah, and you know, and they are so much fun. I love doing like listening to live music and stuff like that. Especially I love pianos, and that was one of my favorite things about working there is because they'd have like open mic, and some of the talent was really, really good. Um, yeah, see, mom, and I can't drink the like Red Bulls or like I used to do Rockstar. Sometimes I could do a Red Bull if it's not like the big ones. But like my heart will start racing and then I get all scared and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die." And like I start overthinking it and I'm like, "Oh no." Um, so yeah, I don't usually do it. Yeah, coffee's more relaxing. Even if I do the little shots that are not so bad, I just stay up, you know, late, late, late. 6 cups of coffee later, I'm still here. Now I must go to domesticated duties, Tony. It's definitely different. My oldest is almost 20, and then I have the baby. He's 1. Big surprise. Exactly, I know, yeah, and it's like you start over, but it's so cute though. I just love the little ones. Now, if I see a baby, of course, then I'm like, "Oh," and then I'm like, "Dang, maybe, no." So, but yes, I am holding out for grandmother time, which I'm not expecting anytime soon, hopefully. So, just because she's still going through all her school and stuff like that, and I really want her to do that because um, it's very important. Think you thought you were done, Mrs. Chete. You guys are so funny. All right, well, I will see you all tomorrow, and thank you all so much for being here. And then, like I said, let's pray. Let's pray that Sebastian comes home soon, and then we're always praying, hopefully, that Crystal's case gets reopened because I think it really needs to be, guys. And like I said, I would never say that if I really didn't believe it. And so, but there's just so much evidence. And like I said, I am working on reading that, the next couple chapters and working on that members only so we can have Jana up to talk about the book because I'm really excited about it. So thank you all so much. Game over. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Vana. You guys sleep well. Thank you guys.